Good morning. I'd like to welcome you all back again to my stream. I've enjoyed watching this trial. It's been really intriguing, and we're on to closing arguments now. So let me go ahead, and I hope you've enjoyed watching it with me. Let's get ahead and play.
Ready to be seated, please? You may proceed, Ms. Kaplan.
Let's talk about the phone evidence. I know you guys enjoyed Corbett 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So I want to take a few minutes to review the evidence that we learned from the phones. It's dry stuff, but it's super important stuff to this case. I want to talk about the June trip first. So on June 2nd, the first trip car was rented by Garcia. At that time, Ms. Magbanua's phone records are consistent with her leaving her residence in North Bay Village. Oh, this clicker is amazing. All right, it's new clicker. Clickergate is concluded. All right, so at the time that this first car was rented for the first trip by Mr. Garcia, Catherine Magbanua says, I never went to the rental place, which was Comfort Rental Car. But her phone records are consistent with her leaving her residence at North Bay Village, going to Comfort Rental Car, remaining there during the time that the rental was occurring, and then returning back to her residence. When she's at the rental car place, she gets a call from Charlie Adelson, and then on her trip back from the rental car place, she talks to Charlie Adelson for 25 minutes. It should be noted that Mr. Rivera is nowhere around. He's on the other side of town when this car was rented. We know from the rental records that Garcia trades that car out at some point, possibly because he got the ticket in the first one. And then we know that they used that second car after he made the trade out, the Sonata, to do the June trip to Tallahassee. Rivera's phone shows us an idea of the route they traveled along on their first trip to Tallahassee on June 5th, 2014. You don't see orange dots on here because we don't have any location information, because the provider wasn't able to give us any location information for June at all for Mr. Garcia. So it doesn't mean he wasn't there. There's just no phone location information for him at all for this time period. But we do know that he rented the car for the trip. The car that he rented did get the ticket. Well, the car didn't get the ticket. Mr. Rivera got the ticket in Gainesville, consistent with these blue dots. And we know that both Rivera and Garcia were seen in Tallahassee on that first trip, according to Louis Rivera and Shadrach Nobles. Remember him? Believe it? All right, so this is a slide where the GPS on the Comfort rental car pinged the vehicle. So we know the location of that first vehicle June trip on June 5th, 2014 at 3:17 p.m. It was pinging very near the Trescott Drive residence of Mr. Markell. So the phone gives us an idea what they were up to, showing that upon arriving in Tallahassee, they're in the area of the Budget Inn. Okay, then the next morning, they're in the area of Trescott Drive, consistent with scouting out the Markell residence, as Mr. Rivera indicates they did that day. Then Rivera returns to Miami. You can see his phone, traveling along the route back to Miami, arriving back in the early morning hours of June 6, 2014. So it was a one-night stay in Tallahassee. They drove up, they did the scouting. It didn't work out. They couldn't find him, or he wasn't alone, or whatever. They couldn't get the job done, and they returned back to Miami. The GPS data on the vehicle is consistent with that. And then this is going to be a slide which indicates the, what does this indicate? Hyundai GPS return. Okay. So on June 6th, after Garcia and Rivera returned from the first trip to Tallahassee, Catherine Magbanua's phone, where is it? Here, is consistent with going to return the rental car. So she's consistent with going to pick it up and also going to return it. So we have the rental car consistent with being at her residence here on 6/6/14 at 8:48 a.m. And then we have her phone consistent with being at the rental car place when the car was returned. Again, Rivera is nowhere near the Comfort rental car when that car is returned. Garcia is, and Magbanua is. All right, this slide shows you a summary of all the communications between Magbanua and Garcia during this first June trip. You know, there was some testimony about them talking during the trip, and this gives you an idea of every single communication that occurred between them to make that, to corroborate the possibility that those statements were in fact made. All right, I want to talk about phone events leading up to the July trip. So we're leaving the June trip. We're going to the events prior to the July trip. This slide shows phone activity the night before the Prius rental. So July 14, there's some text communication on the iCloud between Mr. Adelson and Ms. Magbanua suggesting that they're going to get dinner together that night. And then the phone evidence indicates that Mr. Adelson picked Ms. Magbanua up and they did go out to eat. Following that dinner date, there are multiple communications between Magbanua and Garcia from midnight to 2 a.m. The next morning, July 15th, Mr. Garcia calls Comfort Rental Car, which is the same place that that first car was rented from. So that's significant just in thinking of what they might have been up to, thinking about renting a second vehicle. But ultimately, Comfort is not the rental place that is used for the second trip. They instead go to the hybrid save gas place, which is where Rivera rents the Prius. During the time of the rental, the phones are consistent with both Garcia and Rivera being present for the rental of the Prius. And at the time that the Prius is rented, Magbanua is communicating first with Charlie Adelson and then with Secretary Garcia. And there's our rental contract that includes Mr. Rivera's information as well as Mr. Garcia's number listed at the top as brother. All right, so the Prius is rented. They don't leave immediately for Tallahassee. You'll see, what are we seeing? Okay, so this is a slide consistent with the Prius GPS. So the Prius rental company is pinging the vehicle, which they do every 24 or 25 hours to verify where the vehicle is. And that pings at 10:25 p.m. on July 15th. And that's consistent with being at Ms. Magbanua's residence. All right, now, July our events and arriving in Tallahassee. So when they left my 9:30, and then they arrived. Here's at 11. In receipt. During this July trip, only about $21 calls. and Rivera were in talks. For the first but this is a call pattern. Try to find him. Together. So I talked about the did something stupid. Tallahassee. You wouldn't make up if you were owls here in Tallahassee. Neat and worth posting on Instagram. Magbanua told them so that communications between Garcia and Luis Rivera. And then that evening, both phones are consistent with the road. This is the day that Dan Markel on the surveillance video. Mr. Markel, after already corroborating. So with the bus videos being both right before and right after the homicide, you can narrow the time frame of Mr. Markel's death to between 10:44 and 10:54. We know that Mr. Markel started his phone call with Mr. Schlazer at 10:48, so that narrows it even further. Between 10:48 and 10:54 is when this crime occurred. And as you recall, Mr. Geiger kind of was keeping an eye on the place for a while before he called 911, and that call came in at 11:01. The first phone call that so that Mr. Garcia and Mr. Rivera's phones are consistent with being turned off in the area of Premier Gym, and there's no additional location information between then and when they're back on the interstate headed back towards Miami about 12:30 p.m. That's when we get any more, after Premier, that is the first phone information we get. And that piece of phone information is Mr. Garcia calling Ms. Magbanua at 12:30 p.m. That call does connect, the conversation does occur. That information corroborates Mr. Rivera's testimony that we called her and told her it was done. She said she knew, and then we told her we wanted our money. She said we'd have it the next day. If you look at all the parties that are involved in this case, or that the state is alleging are involved, if you look at their phone activity from midnight before the murder through the first call after the murder, It's kind of interesting. You can see all the calls. The red line denotes when the murder occurred in this case. So you've got Katie to Garcia, Charlie to Katie, you can read. All right, so murder's done. They travel back to Miami and they hit this toll plaza eastbound at 5:23 p.m. Then they're seen at the Pembroke Pines ATM, where Mr. Rivera does a transaction there. And after the ATM, both phones, Mr. Rivera and Mr. Garcia, are consistent with being at Rivera's residence at about 7 p.m. that night, the night of the murder. All right, let's talk about this Friday night meet. Where is Catherine Magbanua once Garcia and Rivera get back to Miami after the murder? Between 9:46 p.m. that night and 10:20 p.m. that night of the murder, this is kind of the red arrow is Miss Magbanua, orange is still Mr. Garcia, and blue is still Mr. Rivera. So you can see all consistent with being at Mr. Rivera's residence for a meeting. All right, so Catherine Magbanua has two events this night with Charlie Adelson while she's in the area of Mr. Rivera's residence, 10:12 and 10:20 p.m., after which her phone doesn't have any activity consistent with it being turned off for that night. And then we'll go to Saturday morning. Saturday morning, July 19th, 2014. This is all the call activity for that morning. There's like a flurry of activity for about 40 minutes. Catherine Magbanua is repeatedly trying to reach Mr. Garcia. She's unsuccessful because he's dumped his phone after the murder. Location of Ms. Magbanua shows that she's traveling south from the area, consistent with Charlie Adelson's residence. Of course, it can be consistent with anything north of where she was at that time. South toward Rivera's residence. After 7 failed attempts to call Garcia, Catherine Magbanua finally reaches out to Anthony Ortiz. Because she wasn't able to reach Rivera on his phone, she calls Ortiz. That's her first communication with Ortiz ever. That's at 9:47 a.m. on the day of the money drop, July 19th. Anthony Ortiz in turn calls Garcia himself, gets no answer because Garcia's dumped his phone. That was at 9:49 a.m. Then Ortiz calls and reaches Luis Rivera at 10:02. So now Luis Rivera knows that Catherine Magbanua is looking for Garcia. Rivera knows where to find Garcia because he's at Shrimp's house. Then for the first time ever, we have phone contact between Rivera at the new number, the number he had at the time of the homicide, and Catherine Magbanua when she calls him at 10:22 a.m. First, she didn't get him. She tried Garcia again, and then 1 minute later, she does call and get Mr. Rivera. This time timing is consistent with when Rivera says he talked to her and she was irritated because she couldn't locate Garcia. She had the money. When are y'all going to come get this money? So between 10 and 10:30, Rivera's phone is consistent with going to the home of Garcia's new girlfriend, Shrimp. I guess Garcia was living there at the time as well. Rivera says he sent Anthony Ortiz with Rivera's phone. Rivera said he didn't go to get Garcia, but in any event, Garcia was fetched from Shrimp's house and there was a meeting at Rivera's place. About 10:23 to 10:32 a.m., there are events in which it appears Catherine Magbanua arrives at Luis Rivera's house and they all meet up for this money drop. So all their phones are consistent with being there. Have I missed a slide? Let's see. Yeah, this is the money drop slide. All right, and what kind of money does she bring? All hundreds stapled together in stacks, consistent with the unusual way that Charlie Adelson packages his money through the, bless her heart, tooth extracting testimony of June Umchinda, who appears to be back in love with Charlie. We know he staples his money. That's a pretty weird thing, and the money they got paid with the staple. Why does Catherine Magbanua have to be the connection? Is it, is she the only link between the people that wanted this murder done, the people with the motive to do this, and the hitmen that were just doing it for money? Rivera testified that she is the connection. But is there anything else to corroborate that? Y'all don't want to rely on Rivera because he's a gangster and he's a murderer and he's, all the things. So what else do we have to corroborate what it is he's telling us about Magbanua being the link? All right, so starters, she was sleeping with both Charlie Adelson and Sigfredo Garcia. That's a pretty good link. They knew each other existed, but they didn't know that she was playing both sides. Law enforcement reviewed all the call detail records. So this is important. Law enforcement looked at all call detail records of Magbanua, Garcia, Rivera, Markel, Donna Adelson, Charlie Adelson, and Harvey Adelson, including Charlie Adelson's iCloud, which was hundreds of thousands of records, and also that RICO wire associated with Mr. Rivera's federal conviction. And there was, in all of that data, zero evidence or proof of communication whatsoever between any Adelson and Mr. Rivera. There was no evidence or proof of communication whatsoever between the Adelsons and Mr. Garcia, except for that one phone call on July 1st from Garcia to Harvey Adelson that was a hang-up or a voicemail. And that call was not answered. I don't know if it was a hang-up or a voicemail. One call, July 1st, from Garcia to Harvey Adelson, and that's how we managed to identify Garcia on the tower dump, because of that connection to Harvey. Other than that, the two killers had zero communication. And the defense wants to say, well, what about all these other phones that we don't know about? Let's focus on what we know about. What we don't know about, we don't know. What is the evidence? Show us. In the case, they're talking to everybody else on these phones. They're doing drug deals on the phones. Charlie does his steroid deals and all that on the phones, or it's present on the iCloud. So why would we think we would have to speculate if we want to try to say there's some other link between the Adelsons and the killers. It just doesn't exist. There's no evidence. What is there evidence of? A link. And the link is named Catherine Magbanua. I mean, it seems obvious. There is no evidence or proof or records at all of Charlie Adelson and Sigfredo Garcia communicating. The defense showed you that deep sea fishing text and purported that to be evidence that these two were talking. But to the contrary, if you read it in its context, I think you will see that it's evidence to the contrary, that they were not talking. Did he call you? No. Oh yeah, he did. He wants to take me deep sea fishing. Ha ha ha. Even their client on the stand admitted that was a joke and that she's not aware of any contact between Mr. Garcia and Mr. Charlie Adelson. I want to talk a little bit about the financial evidence in this case. All right, let's start with the Adelsons. What did Mary Hull tell us about the Adelsons' financial picture? It was quite different from what Wendy Adelson told us about her parents. She said they were not very well off and they were not millionaires. But what their financial records revealed is that they have 18 investment accounts totaling somewhere in the neighborhood of 10,000 pages worth of investments. Charlie Adelson earns between $3 and $3.5 million annually. And separately, the Adelson Institute earns another $2 million annually. That doesn't even include their investments. Here are the checks that Catherine Magbanua got from the Adelson Institute. The red line items indicate that these are consecutively numbered checks. Here is a photograph of the motorcycles that Mr. Garcia and Mr. Rivera bought. Mr. Garcia bought a car, this Monte Carlo, within 1 week of getting paid to do this murder. Well, the defense says this is a pretty crappy car. Okay, I mean, it's not like they got $1 million. They blew a bunch of money. They got about $40,000. He bought a car and a motorcycle within a short period of the time from the murder. I would think that would be of importance to y'all. Defense wants to strike that. So he got $40,000. This is Mr. Garcia. He gave a couple thousand out of his cut to Mr. Rivera. So let's say he's down to $38,000. So it's not like he's going to be able to purchase a luxury vehicle with that. But he did buy this motorcycle on August 22nd, 2014, a gold Maxima on October 17th, 2014, and the Monte Carlo as well, all within 3 months of the homicide. Mr. Rivera bought the matching bike and also a Camry within 2 weeks of the murder, within 2 weeks. So between the two of them, within 3 months of the murder, we've got 5 vehicles being purchased. Other than that, Mr. Rivera gave a little money to his family and managed to keep his account in the black for a couple months. I think it went back in the red in November, and he started living hand to mouth off his paychecks again, as he was prior to coming up here and extinguishing the life of Dan Markell for that $37,000. Catherine Magbanua. She deposited her money. She deposits her money, and she makes deposits in small amounts, sometimes more than one per day at different ATM machines. She's got 2 different banks, and she's going around to different ATMs depositing money into multiple accounts. Note on one of the exhibits, which I don't think I have in here, but it's exhibit 106. There's a payment to Mr. Zanganeh on there, July 21st, 2016, $1,000. Mr. Zanganeh does not represent her. And September 12th, 2016, $2,000. Ms. Magbanua says she earned this cash working off the books in a nightclub. She can name no boss, no coworkers, no patrons, and produce no documents whatsoever to support this contention. As evidence, she offers a photograph of herself scantily clad at what appears to be a nightclub. I don't see an apron, I don't see a tray. I don't know if she works there. I don't know when that photo was taken. I don't know nothing about nothing based on that. She also offers a check that was attempted to be deposited from Club Fate. Yindra Mascaro indicated that she quit Club Fate because Club Fate didn't pay. Their checks were bouncing. And Mary Hull confirmed that. The check that the defense has proffered into evidence for your consideration, which first of all, it's not cash, it's a check for tips. It bounced, so it cannot go into this consideration of her accounts at all. Yindra Mascaro told you that Catherine Magbanua was not working in the clubs at the time that this murder occurred. Yindra Mascaro is Ms. Magbanua's best friend. One of them is the godmother to the other one's child. I think Ms. Magbanua is godmother to her child. To the contrary, Mascaro says that she and Magbanua worked together at Hollywood Live in 2014. Mascaro quit the club when she found out she was pregnant on July 4th, 2014, and Magbanua had already quit 4 to 8 weeks prior to that because she was, quote, tired of the club life and was, quote, over it. So Catherine Magbanua quit between May 4th and June 4th, according to this testimony, 2014. It should be noted that June 4th was the first trip to Tallahassee, intended to be the murder trip. So maybe she quit that crappy job because she was anticipating this big payday that was going to happen if the murder had occurred as originally planned. Then she goes to work for the Adelsons and collects a paycheck there after the homicide. She did work prior to that for Charlie Adelson's friend, Mr. Jerome Obed, at Broward Dermatology. She worked there for a couple months, and that's indicated on here. Her Sophie Dental Care, the records are indicated on here as well. All of her employment that can be documented is present on this chart. And look where the gap is. I mean, I didn't make this up. And that's where the cash spike is. If she's working at the club, unbeknownst to Yendra Mascaro, she had the best month of her whole life, the same month that Mr. Markell was killed. If she made $1,500 a night, she only did it in July of 2014. And that was before the breast augmentation that supposedly increased her tips with a P.
Objection. Overruled.
Her breast augmentation was in October of 2014. So to the extent that it was intended to augment her tips, it did not. They in fact declined after that time frame. Her cash deposits declined after that time frame. According to Ms. Mascaro, Ms. Magbanua worked for Jerome Obed, Dr. Obed, at Broward Dermatology for a couple months, and then the next job that her best friend is aware of her having was at Optimar Realty. There's the murder. That's when the murder occurred. That's when the breast augmentation occurred. All right, we're going to get to that in just a minute. I want to wrap up the financial stuff. The check Catherine Magbanua is using, I talked about how it was not cash. I talked about how it bounced, so it cannot explain the cash spike. In addition, according to Ms. Mascaro, you cannot make this kind of money that we're seeing on that chart. Let's go back to it. In the clubs, even on a good night, we're talking about $400 or $500. Ms. Magbanua says no, it's more like $1,500. Even if she was making $1,500, it doesn't account for that spike, and the timeline doesn't add up. Ms. Mascaro says they worked 1 to 2 nights a week, each of them. That Ms. Magbanua worked 1 to 2 nights a week. Even if she made $3,000, had a $1,500 night twice in July of 2014. It's only $3,000. She's got $13,000 in deposits. Her being put on the payroll at the Adelson Institute is a sham. There is no evidence of her doing any work on the weekend. She even admits she might have gone up there one time. There is no evidence of her making any calls or doing anything online, and we were listening to her phone. She wasn't able to shed any light on what it is that she does while she was on the witness stand. She said she's the personal assistant to Charlie Adelson, or was the personal assistant. I don't know what that entails, but why would the Adelson Institute be paying her? The Adelson Institute is a separate entity. Mr. Adelson travels from office to office as a freelance periodontist. Why wouldn't he pay his own personal assistant? Why is Donna Adelson writing checks out of the Adelson Institute account for Catherine Magbanua at a business that does not employ remote employees, does not have work to be done outside the office by phone or by laptop? That in the history of the office, Ms. Labreda has worked there 40 years. They've never had such an employee. But Magbanua is the exception. She's the one that gets put on the payroll. And she's not even dating Mr. Adelson. This isn't like, hey, put my girlfriend, she's down on her luck, put her on the payroll, Mom. He's chucked her already. Around the time of the murder, he ghosted her. And then 2 months later, she ends up on the payroll. Never in the history of that office have they employed one of his ex-girlfriends.
Objection. Facts not evidence. Overruled.
And as we know, there were many. You heard what transpired when the officers walked in there to subpoena her employment file. Erica Johnson had to go call Charlie Adelson for direction on what to tell him. And he said, what? I'm going to have to call you. Well, first he went, And then he said, let me call you back on your cell phone from a landline. Now, why would that be necessary? And when the records were provided, they were woefully lacking and shed no light whatsoever on what it is that Catherine Magbanua does there, what are her hours, what are her duties, because she didn't have any. She was paid starting within 2 months of the murder. She was getting consecutive checks, sometimes 4 at a time, all handwritten by Donna Adelson. And her best friend, Yendra Mascaro, said she never worked there. She also got a lot of gifts from Charlie Adelson after the murder. She was put on the Adelson payroll, as we talked about, and you saw the list of checks. And she netted a total from them of $17,729.73. She did pay cash for her breast augmentation, which she says she saved up for, but there's no corresponding withdrawal. She says she held back the cash deposits, but she also deposited about $4,000 in cash that month. So she had a pretty good month if she saved up that much money and still continued to have the steady deposits that are shown on this exhibit. States 114. On November 10th of 2015, Charlie Adelson paid $1,620.77 for repairs to her Mazda. The black Lexus, which was formerly owned by Harvey Adelson, and which she told Yendra Mascaro was a gift, and which, according to Mascaro, was in pristine condition, she acquired the title to that on January 23rd, 2016. All of these things post-murder, and all of them post-relationship with Mr. Adelson. Should be noted that on November 5th, 2015, Charlie Adelson tells Catherine Magbanua in a text message that his dad had recently put $5,000 into the Lexus before he bought it from his dad. On November 6, 2015, Charlie Adelson gives Catherine Magbanua his credit card. On May 20th, 2015, she's asking Charlie Adelson for money when at the time she had $15,000 in her accounts. 6 days later, she deposited $1,400 in cash. She has no recollection of ever getting any cash from Mr. Adelson. There was a lot of back and forth between the state and defense about these financial benefits and gifts, but I think the bottom line is clear. She was receiving some very unusual treatment for an ex-girlfriend. There's nothing wrong with giving people gifts or loans or handouts, but when you look at this financial picture in comparison to the homicide date, it's pretty undeniable that she had this huge benefit that coincided dead on with the murder of Mr. Markel. Mr. Rivera said that her cut was $30,000 for her part in this crime, $30,000. If you subtract her identifiable, legitimate income from her cash deposits in 2014, guess what the difference is? $30,000. That, when considered with the Adelson Institute checks and the other gifts she received and all the other evidence in this case, is very compelling evidence. Catherine Magbanua says she earned the money at the club, but she wasn't in the club because of Ms. Mascaro's testimony. Now, she may have gone back to the club after the murder, but at the time of this spike, she was not in the club.
So, you just correct.
Also of importance before we leave Ms. Mascaro and go to the wire, the night Dan Markel was shot, Catherine Magbanua asked Yendra Mascaro to watch her kids. This was an unusual request for her to keep the kids overnight. This is the night that Magbanua's phone is consistent with meeting Rivera and Garcia at Rivera's residence, the one where Jessica lived, and then leaving them. The phone is off all night, and then the next morning she's traveling south talking to Charlie Adelson for 25 minutes, and then her phone is consistent with the money drop, which was that slide I showed you before, all consistent with Mr. Rivera's residence. When she shows up at Ms. Mascaro's house to pick her kids up that day, that morning, she tells Ms. Mascaro that Charlie Adelson's brother-in-law has been in a car accident. All right, let's talk about the wire. When the undercover hands Donna Adelson an article about her murdered son-in-law, insinuates that she was involved, and then tried to extort $5,000 out of her, does she go straight to the police? This person has information about who it was that killed her son-in-law. This is a cold case. He was executed in cold blood in his driveway in Tallahassee. And now this man approaches her and he knows about it. A, that's really scary for her. And B, she's going to solve this murder. But what does she do? Does she report it to law enforcement? Nope. She goes straight to Charlie Adelson, who goes straight to Catherine Magbanua, who goes straight to Sigfredo Garcia. It's exactly what this undercover operation was designed to ferret out. Where will this information travel if we put it in the hands of Donna Adelson? She calmly folds that piece of paper and puts it in her bag without even looking at it. She goes to pick up her grandsons from school. She returns home and she calls Charlie Adelson. They meet the next day. It's crucial to note that while the first few calls are not in evidence, you don't have the content of the conversations between Charles Adelson and Donna Adelson. The fact about those calls has come in for you to consider, which is that Charlie Adelson, Donna did not say the name Katie to Charlie Adelson before this meeting. We don't know what they said in this meeting. We tried to surveil it, but we couldn't. It's too loud or whatever. We couldn't record it. But the phone calls prior to this meeting do not include any mention of the name Katie or Catherine Magbanua, despite the fact that the undercover did say it. And before this meeting, Charlie Adelson calls Catherine Magbanua. So he was not told the name. Yet, out of all his ex-girlfriends, I think it's 87, he says in one place. That's probably exaggerated, but maybe not. He calls one ex-girlfriend, Catherine Magbanua. Then he goes to meet his mother to get the details. And he tells Ms. Magbanua in that first call, oh, maybe it's not you. I just, they said ex-girlfriend. So I'm calling you. I'll get back to you if it does involve you. And then he gets back to her. As it does involve her. So you've heard these initial calls where they're kind of dancing around the issue. He can't know for sure whether or not she's a part of this. Because this guy's representing himself as some Latin king guy that knows information about the murderer, knows the killer. So is Catherine Magbanua involved in the plot to extort his mother? He can't be sure at this point. Neither can be sure that it's not the police. They both know they're under suspicion. So they're just feeling each other out in those first few calls. Call F seems to be the first one where they kind of drop that. So Charlie's offering to pay for Catherine Magbanua and Sigfredo Garcia to go on a weekend getaway and call F. Call K, which I tried to include. Oh. All right, so forget what I said about call K. The Dolce Vita meeting, you know that we can't hear very much in this, but I want to play it for you so that you can see him looking at the paper. All right, let's see if I can make it play. Ms. Magbanua cannot recall any of the contents of that conversation, other than Mr. Adelson was talking about scenarios.
I'm going to tell you something right now, and I'm going to make this very clear. I'm going to make something very clear because you're talking belligerent bullshit. I'm gonna make something very clear, okay?
Up the whole night drinking, and I'm drunk. You haven't spoken to me about anything, and now you're gonna come at me?
Why? Because you don't know how to apologize because you were wrong, okay? This is the same thing that happened last time. Listen, I have a more pressing matter that I have to attend to, okay?
You know what? I don't feel secure because you take care of everybody else. Where's my security? So when are you gonna step up for me? When is that gonna happen? Because I feel like everybody else gets the special attention, and then Katie, you go figure it out. You go figure it out. You figure out the kids. You figure out life. You figure out your partner.
Katie, you're doing this again. This is the same shit. I've been here. I've never felt happier. We were so happy. We were so happy.
Pool. You have to play pool. You have to leave me.
Oh my God, Katie. All right, man. All right. Then fine. Then go. Whatever. Fine. Go. If that's what you need to do to make yourself happy, then I'm not gonna hold you back.
Why do you have to go through back everything? After everything we went through, why does it have to go back to square one? Do you know how bad I feel? It's like, again, I feel like I'm getting stabbed in the face.
Katie, listen.
It's always, no. I swear to God. It's just like, I should just go somewhere because it's like you're basically
do that.
Over. You're screwing me over. You're gonna tell me I'm gonna make a phone call.
I'm not making that fucking phone call.
This is a clip from call K. This is the first call where we hear Sigfredo Garcia. And he's not happy. Maybe because he has learned for the first time that Charlie Adelson is involved in this whole thing. Maybe he's learned that Charlie Adelson was the one that really paid him to do the deal. That's just a theory. But what we know is that Magbanua was asked to get to the bottom of this and figure out who was behind it, who it was that approached Charlie Adelson's mother. She assures Charlie Adelson she's going to handle it herself, but what she does is go to Sigfredo Garcia and put the task on him. You call the phone number. You figure out who it is.
Fucking do what you want to do it. I'm gonna take care of I'm gonna take care of this fucking problem. I'm gonna take care of this fucking problem. And then.
What are you gonna take care of? You don't discuss anything with me. You're not even listening.
Because the less you know, the better off, man.
No, you're making
Shut up, man. Just stop talking on the phone, man. Bye.
Here's a slide of text S, which was introduced into evidence on April 26, 2016. Garcia says to Magbanua, whatever is going on with you and your homie, who she admits is Charlie Adelson, is your business. You guys work that shit out. Don't text me. Catherine Magbanua admits that Garcia could not stand Charlie Adelson. In call L, Catherine Magbanua is giving Garcia the undercover's number, and she does it in code. This is really important piece of evidence. What was her explanation for why she was talking in code? Because my kids were around or my coworkers were around. Well, you're given a phone number. Why does that need to be coded? She's talking about Ethan's clothes cost $65.70. What's that about? That's the last 4 digits of the undercover number. Of course, he doesn't get it, and she has to repeat it several times, and eventually he does get it. After she says, the amount that I gave you on that piece of paper, I'm not sure if it's $67.50 or $65.70. He goes, got it. I asked Catherine Magbanua, why would it be necessary? Did she give an explanation for that was reasonable to y'all? In the next several calls, the 3 of them, Charlie Adelson, Catherine Magbanua, and Sigfredo Garcia, proceed to have, this ridiculous, what's the number, back and forth conversation, trying to get this number straight, and really trying to act like they're calling it when they're not calling it. Call Z is the one where Charlie Adelson is indicating to Catherine Magbanua that he wants the problem flushed. And that was a joke in the sense that it was potty humor. But I think it was a reference to what the real problem was, that he did in fact want flushed. Then he says, why don't you guys go on vacation, leave the kids at home, have a cocktail, and call it a day? He offers to pay for that vacation. Why is Charlie Adelson offering to pay for her and her baby daddy to go on vacation? Charlie's trying to get Catherine Magbanua to call that number. Magbanua is trying to get Garcia to call it. Garcia's lying to Magbanua about having called it. Magbanua's lying to Charlie about having called it. Charlie is lying to his mother, assuring her that he's got it all figured out and it's no problem, and that, you know, alluding that it's the police, it's not any real threat. And then there's states DD, Catherine Magbanua and Charlie Adelson.
Somebody called my dad's office today, looking for him, saying that they dropped off some paperwork to them. Well, there was a phone number on there, and actually the person left a message with Erica.
How much time do you want to reserve for your rebuttal, Ms. Captain?
I'm told I have 30 minutes remaining, Judge, so whatever's left is left.
What's that?
I'm told I have about 30 minutes
Right,
remaining, so I'm gonna keep going, finish what I have planned. I'm calling a timeout for this.
What happened?
Somebody called my dad's office today, looking for him, saying that they dropped off some paperwork to them. Well, there was a phone number on there, and actually the person left a message with Erica. And also this morning, saying that I left some paperwork with Dr. Adelson last week, and I left a number on there, and he needs to call me at that number.
It's a number. Somebody can fucking police you going. You or your
305 6570. You have the number.
Exactly. That number is obviously it's like a non-working number.
I mean, it's someone who wants to be called back. Let's put it that way. Do you still have the number?
Yeah, well, obviously that number, nobody picks me up.
Well,
That's a non-working number. It's like a Gmail number.
nobody's pulling the leg. I'm just asking you to find out who the fuck it is.
It's like,
Yeah.
get that number that's off of the thing, off of the number, off of the freaking, caller ID.
At the office?
Yes, obviously. So this is like a fucking bullshit game.
Well, they're not coming out on foot. They're not writing letters, and they're not calling the office because they have nothing better to do.
Well, I don't know what to talk about because it's like not even that number my joke anymore. Because
It's not a fucking
obviously
joke,
it's like
Katie.
somebody's
It's
fucking
not.
harassing you guys, or somebody's harassing and it's like,
Okay.
no, I'm gonna go straight from my fucking cell phone because it's fucking bullshit and fucking somebody's trying to fucking pinpoint some bullshit. Like it's getting aggravating.
Yeah, it is. All I'm saying is find out who the fuck it is and tell them to stop playing their games.
You're an idiot. You gave a fucking wrong number. Get the fucking number and fucking call because I'm gonna call them.
It needs to be nitty.
No, man, I'm gonna handle this shit myself. Give a shit about all these bullshit, whatever. I'm gonna handle it my motherfucking self. Well, straight my motherfucking number. They fucking if Erica wants to call back, be like, oh, is this the right number? Okay, I'll have your fucking whatever fucking shit taken care of. Okay, because this is fucking bullshit.
So what I'm saying is find out who the fuck
That number
it
doesn't
is.
fucking work. If you can get a hold, you go to different offices, call the motherfucking number. See if the fucking number works. Bottom line. Because I've tried myself and that shit does not work.
Hey, call them, find out who the fuck it is now. Trust me on this. Find out who the fuck it is.
Fuck, we're a fucking get a number, listen to me, and get a number.
I'm
And
going to
something
call my
over
mom
the
and have my mom call the
Get
office.
that fucking number. Because
Which
now
number?
you're fucking parents, that number's been called, and that's not a working number. Because either somebody's thinking, somebody's tapping into some shit, and somebody's just trying to fucking aggravate somebody.
All right, so this is called DD, couldn't hear it very well, but those were some clips from it. And Miss Magbanua drops the code in those, and she says it. She's like, I'm done with this code crap, and really kind of reveals herself a little bit. And it's after this call that Charlie Adelson finally does actually call the undercover, and you heard the call GG that he had with the undercover. What does Charlie Adelson say when the undercover explains that since his family's problem has been taken care of up north, Charlie Adelson has been taking care of Katie and Tudo, but has done nothing for Tato? Does he say, what family problem up north? What are you talking about? Why did you hand a picture of my murdered brother-in-law to my mother? Or I have no idea what you're talking about? No, he says, all right, let me look into things. Quote, then in HH, Charlie Adelson is reporting back to Magbanua what his conversation was with the undercover and called GG. Mr. Adelson says that the undercover says Tudo and Tato. He doesn't, but he just says he doesn't know them. Magbanua knows exactly who Tudo and Tato are, but she doesn't enlighten Mr. Adelson as to who these folks are. JJ, Ms. Magbanua reports the latest bump, which was the call to the Adelson Institute to Mr. Garcia, and says, quote, it's getting too detailed. It's somebody that knows for sure. This call ends with more discussion about what the number is. Garcia wants Magbanua to text it to him, and she says, no, I don't want to. Why not? If you're just helping out a friend to investigate something you have nothing to do with, why talking code? Why the fear of texting the number? Call PP, Ms. Magbanua is bragging about the really nasty voicemail that she left on the undercover's message machine when she nor Garcia have left any such voicemail. She's playing both sides, Garcia against Charlie, and back and forth, telling them both what they want to hear. In the same call, PP, she's discussing in code the different scenarios that the bump could be. Adelson suggests in code that it's the cops, and Magbanua says, quote, that's one scenario, but you know, you've got to figure out the other things just in case. It can only be one of the two, apparently. It's somebody that's desperate, not from the inside. Quote, that's what I know for a fact. It's not from the inside. It's somebody trying to be greedy. I'm hoping I'm on the right lead, and either way, my friend said that either way, no matter what, he takes total responsibility of whatever just because of the mere fact of my name. That's The Wire. I want to talk to you, I know I'm running out of time, but briefly about the law. The crime charged is a first-degree murder because it was premeditated. I don't even really want to talk to you about lesser included offenses and waste my valuable tiny minutes that are dwindling, because this is about the most premeditated murder imaginable. We've got stalking and following and planning and trips and stuff going back a year in time. We talked in jury selection so very, very long ago about how there's no fixed amount of time to generate premeditation. You certainly have lots of evidence in this case. This murder began with the failed relocation efforts when Charlie Adelson first looked into hiring a hitman. It took root when Catherine Magbanua enlisted Mr. Garcia, who enlisted Mr. Rivera to do this killing. That planning went into the killing was extensive, spanning a 6-week period, including 2,000-mile trips made in rented vehicles, scouting out the scene, stalking Professor Markel, and all the planning, all the meetings, all the calls came to fruition when Garcia fired those 2 shots into Mr. Markel's vehicle and devastated so many lives in an instant. When you think about how this case was proven, we started at a single point, the crime scene, and we went in 2 totally different directions. We chased the Prius, and we chased this lead that there was bad blood between the family. And the investigation would have completely stalled if either of those leads had not generated anything. But all those little breadcrumbs led to the same place. The Prius led to Rivera, Rivera led to Garcia, and the bad blood led to the Adelsons, and both trails end at Catherine Magbanua. When you consider the principal instruction as it relates to these two defendants, I expect you will determine that the instruction does not really apply to Mr. Garcia if you find that he pulled the trigger. If you don't think that's been proven, then you should convict him as a principal to Mr. Rivera in that he hired Mr. Rivera to do the crime, rented the first car for the purpose of coming to Tallahassee to kill and or stalk Mr. Markel, and that he made both trips and participated in the stalking of the victim and casing the residence. In reference to Catherine Magbanua, I do expect that the principal instruction will be crucial to your considerations for her count 1 murder charge. There are 2 ways to prove Ms. Magbanua's guilt for first-degree murder under principal theory. 1, if she intended that the murder be done and she did some act or said some word that caused or helped another to commit the crime, then she is also guilty of first-degree murder. Think about a buyer who hires a contractor to build his home. The contractor, Magbanua, gets money from the buyer and hires and pays subs to do the work while getting her own cut of the payment. Second way, if she intended the murder to be done and she promised payment in exchange for the murder, bless you, and the crime was committed by another person, she's also guilty of first-degree murder. So 2 ways to prove the principal theory. Under the second way to prove the principal theory, think of Ms. Magbanua as assisting someone who wanted Markel dead and was willing to pay, so she located, hired, and paid the hitman and ultimately his helper for committing the crime. Both ways have been proven, and I would suggest that you should convict her under both theories of principle. Both of these defendants are guilty of everything they're charged with. You have been so very patient throughout this process. And when you get back to the deliberation room, I urge you to take your common sense with you, and that's in the jury instructions as well. It all really boils down to that. If the defense or I have offered or asked you to speculate about anything, don't do that. The jury instructions tell you not to do that. Remember that what any of us say is not evidence. They may ask you to discount evidence, but that's up to you to make a decision. They make an argument about discounting it or not. That's ultimately up to you whether or not to accept or discount any piece of evidence or testimony. They may tell you that because all the evidence fits, it's not what it appears, it's something else. They may tell you that the state is blindly or willfully misleading you in some way. Your feelings about the lawyer should not influence your verdict. If you think that, I'm crooked and I've spoon-fed and all that, that's something you can consider as far as how it affected the evidence in the case. But your personal feelings about me and whether I'm as crooked as they say should not affect your verdict in the case. You should use your common sense in deciding which evidence to believe and which evidence to discard. We are all trusting you to render a wise and legal verdict in this case, and based on all the evidence and testimony that y'all have painfully sat through over this long period of time, that verdict should be a verdict of guilty as charged. Thank you.
Let's take as quick a break as we can. Let's keep it as close to 5 minutes as we can. I know it takes a while when you have one restroom. We'll be in recess. Everybody be seated, please. Mrs. Anganay, please.
Your Honor, Mr. Clark, Mr. Cobb, Ms. Kaplan, Ms. Norris, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. For the last 3 weeks, the government has been selling you their story, okay? And we're gonna call this story the Secreto Garcia house, okay? Not to be confused with the Donna Adelson house, the Charlie Adelson house, the Harvey Adelson house. It's the Sigfredo Garcia house, and they want you to buy what they've been selling. My job is to be the inspector of this house. My job is to point out things that they don't want you to see. We're going to talk about the problems with this house. We're going to talk about the problems with the foundation of the Sigfredo Garcia house. We're going to talk about problems with the wiring in this house. We're going to talk about problems with the plumbing and with the roof of this house. Now, the foundation of the government's case, unequivocally, without a shadow of a doubt, is Luis Rivera. How do I know this? Because the government said it in their own closing, that he is the linchpin of their case. He is, and the definition of linchpin is one that serves to hold together parts or elements that exist or function as a unit. He's the only person that tells you what he believes happened that day. The only one. So who is Luis Rivera? Let's talk about who he is. Luis Rivera, and the government tries to downplay this, but it's important. It's important to know who you're listening to. It's important to know who's on that stand and who is he. He's the head of a criminal organization, one that he got indicted for racketeering. He's been a crown of the Latin Kings, the first crown, for almost 15 years. Why does that matter? Because he is a person that has criminal connections in his own criminal organization. He told you that. He got up there and he goes, I have 100 people just in the North Miami tribe of the Latin Kings. 100 people. And that's a small tribe in a nationwide organization that is peppered throughout the state of Florida. Well, why does that matter? Well, if you recall, during my cross-examination, when his phone, Luis Rivera's phone, was intercepted in his federal RICO case, in a 1-month period, he solicited the assistance of Latin Kings to do 3 violent criminal acts. 3 in 30 days. Now, how do we know Sigfredo Garcia wasn't someone that he listened? Well, we know this. We know that Luis Rivera was indicted. We know that he pled guilty to a federal indictment, and that we know that when the arrest happened in this case, he was in prison. He was in federal prison. Was there any evidence to suggest that Sigfredo Garcia was in federal prison? Quite the contrary. Sigfredo Garcia was working at the finance place when federal agents went to approach him. So what does this mean? It's not on that indictment. He's not part of Luis Rivera's criminal network. Because during the 30 days, the federal government was listening to every phone call and every text message that Luis Rivera said. There was not one that implicated Sigfredo Garcia. Because if there was, a reasonable person would assume that he would have been on that RICO statute, and he wasn't. And what does it also show? That he has a network of people that he can talk to. And by talk to, I mean discuss criminal acts, because that's what they do. This is not a charitable organization. This is a violent gang. A violent gang that carries out violent crimes. Listen, I asked him, I go, so you're self-described jack boy. Remember when he said that? What does that mean? He goes and he robs people. And who does he rob? He robs drug dealers, probably innocent people too, regular people. I don't think he differentiates. And what's his take on a regular robbery? What did he say? Between $10,000 and $20,000. And why is this important? Because when you go rob somebody, you don't get paid up front for the robbery, right? You get the spoils of the robbery. That's what you get. Luis Rivera had indicated that he makes $10,000 to $20,000 after every robbery. Luis Rivera told you that he is no longer associated with the Latin kings, right? Then he told you that he has fear that there's going to be retribution against him by the Latin kings, right? And this fear was so deep-rooted that he got up there and he says, man, I'm in protective custody. They're going to kill me. Well, if you recall, we introduced a letter that he sent to Ms. Kaplan. And the date of this letter is November 3rd, 2016. A hop, skip, and a jump away from when he started cooperating and took his plea deal when it became public in mid-October. And after 2 weeks in isolation, because they put him in isolation to protect him, what does he tell him? He wants out. He wants out of isolation. What's really important is I want you to read the last line. He goes, it is ridiculous that I am in confinement only because, what's the last two words? The last three words. I helped you. Not that I told the truth, but that he helped them. Because that's exactly what he did. And they don't want you to think that. They want you to think that he came forward and told you 100% what took place. Now, he was arrested in May. He got appointed an attorney. The attorney gets the evidence. They go over the evidence with him. And unlike Ms. Kawas, who had to travel from Miami and see Miss Magbanua, Chuck Collins and David Collins are locals. His local lawyers went to see him and they went over the evidence. The majority of the evidence that you see. And this happened before he met with the government. So if the government wants you to think that she didn't spoon feed him anything, well, she provided the evidence to his lawyer who went over it and said, Mr. Rivera, got a big problem here. They have you, just you, on your cell phone going up there in June. And they have you renting a room. They have you renting a Prius. And Mr. Rivera, you're a Latin king. And when it comes down to it, that's an aggravator for the death penalty, which they were seeking. So you want me to cut a deal? Yeah. And listen, I do call it the deal of a lifetime. Because what did he have to do? I initially came and I told you it was 7 years, it's less. He has to do 19 years and he's doing 12 and a half in federal custody. Now, federal custody is different than state custody. It's a lot easier, a lot better. Luis Rivera, as the government indicated, you testified about 10 times. Recorded statements were made by Mr. Rivera. The government recorded it. Do we have any of those in evidence? The October 4th statement. Are you guys going to be able to go back in the jury room?
Mr. Zanganeh, I think you know, as I've explained to the jury, those are hearsay statements and they're not admissible in evidence. That's not an appropriate argument to make. As I've explained to you, jury, if there's something inconsistent in those statements, that's fair game and they present it. But those statements, along with the police reports and every witness statement in this case, are hearsay statements and they're not admissible in evidence. You may proceed.
He made 10 statements. 10 statements. My client was interviewed for 2 minutes. You heard that statement. They played that audio for you, right? You remember that? When they went to interview my client, you heard that one, right? They played it for you. They bought it out, they marked it as an exhibit, they pushed play, and lo and behold, exactly what was said. Luis Rivera's testimony is what you take it to be. There's also jury instructions that give you guidance on how to determine how to judge a witness. There's an enumerated list that you're going to get to go back into the room with you. It says weighing the evidence. Number one, did the witness seem to have an opportunity to see and know the things about which he testified? Did the witness seem to have an accurate memory? Was he being honest and straightforward in answering our questions? Did he have an interest in how this case ended? Did his testimony agree with the other testimony and the evidence in the case? Has the witness been offered or received any money, preferred treatment, or benefit in order to get the witness to testify? And there are a few others, which include, is the witness a convicted felon? 5 felony convictions. And did the witness at some other time make a statement that's inconsistent with the testimony that he provided in court? Well, you heard what he provided in court, and you know there's about 9 other statements. Luis Rivera gives you a story which starts like this. On June 3rd, Sigfredo Garcia approaches him and says, I'm doing a robbery, come with me. And he goes, okay, sure, let's go. And the track on that purported date, sorry, here we go, starts June 4th, their cell tower records get at 1:30 in the morning in Miami. And then on his trip, 3:13 a.m., okay? So somewhere in between, he starts heading north. Now, what did he tell you? He said, yo, listen, Sigfredo came to me and said, look, we got a robbery to do, let's go. So Luis Rivera wants you to believe that he went and purchased a gun from a black guy in the hood, okay? And then went and bought bullets. And then his testimony was, and then we dipped. Look at his phone records. Look at what it says. Do you think there's a gun store open at 2 in the morning? These are reasonable things. You have to say, that doesn't make sense. You know, listen, the whole buying a gun thing, we deem that to be 100% completely not believable, okay? This is a person that has extreme knowledge of how crimes work. He's part of a national-wide criminal syndicate. What does he have to do? Hey, bro, listen, I'm coming up to Tally, get me a gun. Get me a tool. That's what they call it, a tool. Get me a tool. He's not gonna ride with a gun from Miami all the way up to Tallahassee. He's a convicted felon. That's a crime. That's a major crime. So he wants you to swallow that, okay? And then he says, well, Sigfredo also bought a gun, which was never recovered. There's no evidence of it. But he says, you know, because he wants culpability to go both ways, Sigfredo bought a gun too. Okay, so what did you guys do? Well, we did coke and we drank the whole way up. Now listen, at 3:13 a.m., say it's about a 7-hour drive, taking breaks from Miami to Tallahassee, give or take. How long is this drive? Let's just say he left 3 o'clock and he gets there at 12:30. It's a 9.5-hour drive. Sergeant Downing pulled him over, right? We know that for sure. There's a record of it. That record shows that Luis Rivera was the driver of the rental car. And Sergeant Downing, when we asked him, was there anybody else? He's like, nah, that's what I checked when no one else is in there. Nobody else was in the car. Right? And what else did he say? He goes, well, you know, he'd been a trooper and doing other law enforcement for about 8 years before this. If what Luis Rivera was telling you was true, then Sigfredo Garcia must have consumed 3 to 4 grams of cocaine during this ride up. Now, sure, he doesn't have a glass table to do cocaine off of, so what does that mean? Probably got his key. Did key bumps. There'd be coke all over him. This would be a disastrous, probable cause to search the car, which he purported had guns in it. Does that make sense? Does the evidence suggest that? Trooper Downing, let me tell you, 9 o'clock in the morning, a guy that's been on cocaine all night, someone that's been trained as a police officer for 10 years, guess what he's gonna do? Get out of the car, right? Probably coke all over his face. You know why he didn't say that? A, he wasn't in the car, and B, it didn't happen. Are there records to show where Secreto Garcia was during this time? Magically, they're not. They're able to get everything they need, but on a trip that's material to their case, they don't have it. Just like when I asked the financial officer, I go, well, what about his bank records? Well, we had to search archives. We're not going to do that. God forbid. God forbid we make one other call and get information because it could hurt us. Luis Rivera, their linchpin, has married them to a story. This is the foundation of their case. So they're going to say, well, it's not just him. Shadrick Nobles comes forward. Now, Shadrick Nobles came in January of 2016, right? January of 2016, a year and a half later. They called him in because they think that he's part of the murder. What do they tell him? Well, tell us what happened. Well, do we know exactly what he said? They did say it was videotaped. What he testified to was that my client, after a whole day of consuming a toxic or maybe even a fatal amount of cocaine, wanted more cocaine. And he flags him down without knowing him in Tallahassee, when he's allegedly next to a gang member that has connections all over the state. Does that make sense? You know, in the world of improbable things to do, if you have Luis Rivera, somebody that wants to stay under the radar, allowing this to happen, doesn't make sense. You know what also doesn't make sense? Shadrick Nobles, by chance, magically, on the next trip, sees him on the road. Right? I mean, that your antenna must have jumped up, going, wait a minute. Is that a coincidence? That's a crazy coincidence. Sergeant Nobles told the cops, yeah, you know, I bought him a little coke. Did he get charged for that? No. Now, our position is Sergeant Nobles probably didn't get him a little coke. He probably got Luis Rivera, through him or one of his associates, a lot of coke, or bought a lot of coke, because that's what it was. You know, when you go up for a day trip, that's a drug deal. And that's what this was for Luis Rivera, a drug deal. Shadrick Nobles admitted it. Now, he changed the amounts, and he changed the intention of it, but doesn't that make more sense? That he's going up there for a drug deal? Right? Because if you're going to go, and remember, hold on, let's go back. Let's go back to what Luis Rivera said. Around Orlando, which let's say it's 8 o'clock in the morning, after about 5 hours, being on the road for at least 5 hours, his alleged best friend goes, oh, you know what? Just to let you know, it's not a robbery. We're going to kill somebody. Okay. The head of an organized crime unit, okay? A crime gang. What is he going to say? What's the first thing that he's going to say? Where's the money? You think he cares about who they're killing? He's going to say, where's the money? How much do we have now? I'm going to kill somebody for free. Right? Does he say that? Does he ask, where's the money? I mean, we've all seen movies, hitmen take half the money up front. But no money is given. Or more importantly, who's paying us? Who's paying us? Because if I'm going to go kill somebody, the person that's paying us knows who I am, they may need to be a loose end. Does he say any of these things? Because candidly, don't you think that's the first? These are the conversations that are going to be had on this monstrous trip. At least even from 8 a.m. till 12:30, right? Aren't they going to discuss where we're getting the money? Who's the person that knows about this? Who's paying us? Did he mention that at all? Wouldn't that be the first thing a criminal in a criminal organization would want to know? Not who we're killing, how am I getting paid? Right? Where's the money coming from? And then if Segredo would have been like, I don't know, do you think he would have done it? we'll get back to some more of this later. But this foundation of their case, their own linchpin, that's weak. And weak is an understatement. I don't think you can believe anything that he says out of his mouth. And if you do, go ahead. But remember what I am discussing with you to discuss back there, because this matters. You know, just because there's a theory and there's evidence, there's common sense. Common sense has to fall in there somewhere. And we're only at June 4th. Okay? We're only at June 4th in a trip up. What Luis Rivera testified to was that they get there around 12:30, and then they went to bed. Right? They've been up all night, according to him, drugging and driving and drinking and God knows whatever else he was saying. June 4th. They stay in Tallahassee a night, June 5th. And then they head back down June 6th. Perfect. And Luis Rivera claims that there's no records of where he stayed because they bribed some homeless person, which they clearly didn't do on July 17th when he rented a room under his name, and which clearly they didn't do, or Shedrick Nobles didn't do, on July 18th when he rented a room under his name. There's holes and questions on this trip that have to be screaming. I don't know if I can take Rivera for anything that he says. And let me culminate Rivera by saying one thing. His purported best friend, he picked him out in a second, right? Oh yeah, that's the guy that did it. You asked him a question about the Latin Kings. Oh man, how you got to bring them into this? Do you think he's protecting somebody? Maybe one of his Latin King brothers? Government said they cross-referenced Rivera's phone records with other Latin Kings. You don't think he called another Latin King from June to July? In October itself, there's 3 crimes that are caught on that wire that he confessed to, that he admitted to you. But that does not form the theory of the government's case. So Control, Alt, Delete. Don't think about it. Don't think about that, guys. Don't think about it. Because that could create questions they don't have answers to. Now, the government wants you to believe someone that's inherently unreliable, and that's Luis Rivera. And they said, yeah, he's a bad guy, but that's your bad guy. That's their bad guy. I know bad guy. I got pulled over. I got cut off today and going down Monroe Road today. I thought that person was a bad guy. Nah, that's a bad guy. That's the worst of the worst. You know, the government's theory is that they believe Luis Rivera when he said, my client's the shooter. Do you think he would have gotten the deal that he got if he admitted to being the shooter? What's a shorter distance when you pull up behind somebody in their driveway? The driver, the passenger, when someone's parked in the driveway. The quickest person to get there is who? Someone that just walks right out? Gangster style, bang, bang? Someone that has to walk around the car all the way around. And it's so funny that that investigator Yao said gangster style, because who's shooting who? A gangster killed Dan Markel. Luis Rivera killed Dan Markel. And you know what? It's common sense. 2 and 2 has to equal 4. He's admitted to being involved in these types of actions. That's his indictment. Okay. So let's get to a little bit more common sense. Let's get to the numbers, okay? I'm going to give you $35,000 supposedly when Luis Rivera finds out that this is an actual murder. He even said, yeah, you know, people think I kill people, wink, wink. So I'm gonna go ahead and do this murder for 35 grand, right? Because I'm gonna be the shooter. And then, I don't know if it's a coming to Jesus moment or a lie. He says, well, I guess I didn't feel like doing it because there's kids involved. You don't think the victims of his robberies have kids? You think he cares about kids? If you do, believe his testimony. If you do believe that he thought, because this man, this innocent man, had 2 kids, that he pulled back from a murder just to re-engage it a month later. It's kind of shaky. It's kind of unreliable. And then here comes the best one. After refusing, allegedly, to do the murder, he claims that on the way up, on June 18th, or during the trip, of July 18th, that my client did it, and in addition to getting the money he was told he was going to get, got a bonus for being an Uber driver. That's a real expensive Uber ride. You got to think, if my client hired him, why would my client even go up there? Reasonable. Hey, listen, I want you to go take care of this thing. Here's money, go. Why would you tag along? This is not a 2-man job. It's a 1-man job. You don't see movies where you have 2 hitmen go to something. It's one guy with a briefcase and gloves. That's what you see. You don't see a tag team hit squad. It's 1 man. Now, there's evidence that Luis Rivera admitted to. He's a drug dealer. There's evidence that Charlie Edison does drugs. Government's like, well, there's no phone records, so there's no way that they could know each other. Miami Beach, they both live. Luis Rivera lives in Miami Beach. Charlie Edison goes to Miami Beach. Luis Rivera sells drugs. I don't know if it's outside the realm of possibility. If one day when he's visiting Katie Magbanua, he would say, can you get me some coke or some weed? Rivera gets called. Rivera comes by, and a deal struck. That foundation's weak. It's beyond weak. It needs help. So let's go to the wiring. The electricity, the spark, or the motive in this case. Government wants you to believe that my client agreed with Miss Magbanua to go commit a murder. Okay, let's break this down, okay? Let's start off with the first thing that we've learned over and over in this case is that Secreto Garcia could not stand Charlie Adelson, right? I mean, not only has there been testimony about it, there are text messages. There's one where Charlie Adelson says he wants to take, on July 25th, 2014, Charlie says he wants to take me deep sea fishing. I'll agree with Ms. Kaplan, that's a joke. You know why? Then at first he wants to kill me. He wants to take me out in the middle of the ocean, knock you out, have the fishes take care of you. July 25th, 6 weeks before this purported June trip that my client went on, but there's no evidence of it. And so we have July 25th. Now remember, they broke up in 2013. She goes out with him New Year's Eve, going into 2014. Okay, we know that Charlie Adelson knows who my client is because there's a text message in late April, what I just talked about. So what does that mean? He knows about my client. Luis Rivera, what did he say? I'll talk about that. I'm sorry. What did Luis Rivera say? There was a time in the summer before the trip that Secreto drove up to a restaurant where Katie and Charlie Adelson were, and he wanted to run him over. So wants to kill him. Charlie Adelson agrees that he wants to kill him. And then on July 1st, on the wiretaps, you hear Charlie Adelson say, reminiscing about a time where he had jet skis and how, the guy with the 2 kids, my client, July 1st, angrily pulled his car behind Charlie Anderson and confronted Charlie Anderson. So definitely no April 25th, definitely no July 1st, and there's celebrate text messages between Charlie Anderson, Catherine Magbanua on July 2nd, highlighting the July 1st incident. Okay, so hates his guts in April, hates his guts in July, right? That's the evidence. It's uncontroverted. Even Miss Magbanua's good friend, the young lady that's in the picture with Wendy Gittleson, I forgot her name, but even her, when I asked her, how angry was he about this? She gave a scale of 10, 11, and then 12 when I asked, okay? Hates his guts. This reverts back to my initial question about Luis Rivera, if asked, hey, you want to go do a job? If Catherine Magbanua, as she's dating a man that drives a Ferrari, flaunts his wealth, and his slick back hair for everyone to see, if you Google and you see his face, you see his cars. If Catherine Magbanua came and said, listen, I got a job for you, it's 100 grand. Don't you think his first action is going to be from who? Who's paying me? Who's doing this? You heard Sigfredo's own temperament and his own words when the FBI went to talk to him. Pretty calm, collected, thought-out person. Where's this money coming from? They want you to believe that Katie either withheld this kind of information, the kind of information Sigfredo Garcia would spend the rest of his life or even death to commit an act not knowing information. And listen, this isn't, hey, honey, can you go down to the store and get me some milk? No questions asked. Yeah, sure, no problem. Can you pick up diapers? Yeah, sure, no problem. Can I borrow $100? Yeah, sure, no problem. You want to make 100 grand for killing someone you don't know? Huh? They don't want you to think about these pieces because what do? They cut Sigfredo out of the equation because we know for sure how he feels about Charlie Anderson. We know how the government feels about Charlie Anderson. And Wendy Adelson, Donna Adelson, spent the first 21 minutes of their opening statement talking about the Adelsons. Now, if Luis Rivera got the deal of a lifetime, and after a year or 6 months, they arrested Charlie, and he admitted it was just me and Luis. Yikes, right? What a pill that would be to swallow. But we don't know. Because the only people here, the only people that have been arrested, the only people in front of you, my client, Ms. Magbanua. They're painting a picture with missing pieces. I'm trying to open your eyes for you guys to discuss some of these missing pieces. That's all. That's all I can do. My job is to point out problems and ask you to talk about them. But don't you think the issue as to why Catherine Magbanua, they told you, she's barely making any money. I'm going to give you 100 grand, and then here's the $1 million question again. What money am I getting up front? How do I know I'm getting paid? Hold on, the guy, pardon my language, the guy that's banging you is going to give me 100 grand? How do I know? What kind of deposit am I going to hold up front? There's no testimony to any of this. I guess it was COD, cash on debt. That doesn't exist. The government made a big deal about this bump. We've all heard about it. Not the bumps that Luis Rivera was claiming my client took in the 6-hour car ride, but the telephone bump. And the telephone bump really lets you think about where the government's mindset is. Because who did they could get 10 wires. They could apply and get wires for anyone that they believed was involved in this case. They believe Charlie Adelson was involved. They got a wire intercept. They believe Catherine Magbanua was involved. They got a wire intercept. They believe Sigfredo Garcia was involved. No wire intercept. Now, let me tell you why you should be thinking about this, because even according to the government, Luis Rivera, the person whose family's allegedly extorting him, is closest to who? Sigfredo Garcia, right? Wouldn't you want to hear what he did or didn't do as a result of who he called or didn't call? But they didn't even get an application. They didn't even get a wire intercept for Sigfredo Garcia. They didn't want to listen to his phone. They wanted to listen to hers. And wherever Charlie Adelson is, probably at home, watching live, in the comfort of his home. They played a tape, a wire intercept call. I think it's called L or J, where you can hear my client was angry. He probably found out the night before that the love of his life had been talking to her ex. And he'd probably been out drinking, because it's 8 o'clock in the morning and his speech is a little slurred. And what's the first thing he says? They didn't play it in the clip. He goes, I'm not going to make this call. And then she gets on him and he says, I'll make it, but he never does. He never makes the call. And they claim that he made a call and a hang up. That's not a call. There's no conversation there. Does he appear to have a real interest in who's purportedly extorting him? Because remember, it's him too. His name is allegedly on this piece of paper, which we've never seen. But they say his name is on it. And if he was a real gangster, the way that they're portraying him, a real murderer, and someone's extorting him, I would assume he'd make a lot of calls. I would assume he would make a lot of calls to a lot of kings. Yet, here we are, with 0 calls to listen to. Now let's talk about the plumbing. What stinks? Okay. Ms. Kappelman was kind enough to indicate to you guys during her closing that I did receive a check from Ms. Magbanua. And she says, well, I don't represent Ms. Magbanua, but guess who I represent? Her husband. I don't know what kind of shade that was to throw at me or what kind of insinuation it is that they were trying to make, but look what they're doing. Attempting to make me appear to be improper. They're trying to shine a turd, pardon my language, in Luis Rivera, and then they're trying to discredit me. Now you got to think to yourself, why would they do this? Well, I'll tell you.
To say you've played a statement.
Innocent man that was murdered, a father of 2, law professor, was killed in his driveway in cold blood. And at no point do I want you guys, with this analogy or anything I say, to minimize from what happened to Dan Martel. That happened. And Luis Rivera has admitted liability in this case. Now, let's talk about what stinks. Let's talk about his plea deal. 6.5 years is what he will have to serve in Florida State Prison. 6.5 years. Because he said that my client did a murder. And like I said before, he's the only one that says it. He's the only one that says it. He's the one that says that my client got out and ran around and shot him point blank. Well, what smells about the government's testimony with regards to that? Remember Inspector Yao was really tall. He was the ballistic expert, the gun guy. So before, when he had the one point of entry, 49 inches, he said someone between 5 feet and 6 feet tall could do the shooting. 2 weeks before trial, came up with a new theory, came up with a bunch of things that he was assuming to do what? Increase the height of the shooter. What? This is something you did a few weeks before trial? And what he did is he took a bunch of variables that don't exist. And he even admitted it. And what did the government say in their closing? Well, it was a tall guy. That's not what the evidence shows. The evidence shows it was someone with the one point of entry at 49 inches, someone between 5 and 6 feet tall. They say it's a taller person because Luis Rivera says it's a taller person. Because Luis Rivera received a 19-year prison sentence where he only has to serve 6.5 years for killing Dan Markel. Now, there are factors that a jury has to take into consideration when making a determination as to someone's involvement in a crime. I want to highlight a few things. The government says Sigfredo Garcia swapped cars. They say it like it's a fact. It's not. The evidence is he rented 2 cars. And the evidence shows that on June 4th, Luis Rivera was arrested in that car. That's what the evidence shows. The person from the rental car didn't remember there being a trade, just remembered a second transaction. Why is this important? Well, the government's like, well, he rented a car. It appears that my client was doing a lot of car renting before this. So much so that the owner of the Prius rental place wrote down my client's name and knew his number. Why is he renting cars? He can't afford a new one. He bought that horrific looking 1984, I'm sorry, I'm not a fan of the color, Monte Carlo for a few $100. That car broke down, he bought a Nissan, put $1,500 down. These are not extravagant purchases. He bought a motorcycle for $600. Luis Rivera jacked those numbers up. He said 3,000, he said 2,800 and 3,800. Government had every opportunity to investigate the actual price. We have the documentation on the titles. But they wanted you to believe Luis Rivera's number because it makes it seem like he spent more money. Let's go to the Prius rental, all right? Luis Rivera's testimony, Sigfredo wasn't there. How do we know he wasn't there? Because the owner says, I wrote down Sigfredo's name because I know Sigfredo because he rents cars for me. Renting a car is not a crime, okay? What do we know? We know that that Luis Rivera rented the car, okay? We also know that Luis Rivera had the gun. Whether he got it down here from a black guy in the hood or if he got it from one of his cohorts in his nationwide criminal syndicate on his 9-hour drive, he had the gun. And he admits it was only his gun, that he had one gun. One gun. One gun was taken on the murder date on July 18th for the trip. One gun. We have a hotel rental. Luis Rivera. We have a Prius in the Premier parking lot. And you have cell tower data that cannot conclusively place my client's phone in that parking lot. Now, look at the phone records. It's important. And remember Luis's testimony. He said Sigfredo had his flip top, a flip phone, a burner phone, okay, during that trip. There's an incoming text message and an incoming unanswered call at between 9:30 and 9:50 in the morning. We have the Prius being out of the line of view at Premier for 6 minutes. The government wants you to believe that Luis Rivera and Sigfredo Garcia are in the car together because there's a photograph, a screenshot or a still shot of the Prius driving with a passenger that appears to be wearing a white t-shirt, right? It's July, it's summer, and I would venture to say that if you go to any basketball court in Tallahassee, half the kids on the court will be wearing white t-shirts. Wearing a white t-shirt in the summertime is like being a Knowles fan at your stadium. It's not uncommon. It's not like it was a checkered shirt or there was indications of it. If you look at the picture, it's a short sleeve shirt. If you look at the picture on the camera at the bank, it's a long sleeve shirt. There's no direct evidence of my client at the murder scene other than Luis Rivera. And I believe that we've made our position on him very clear. Can I just get a minute, Judge?
Certainly.
Okay. Gonna get back to Shawty Nobles. I forgot about him. This young man told you on the stand that he lives in his car, okay? And I don't think it's unreasonable to believe that someone that travels and lives in their vehicle, there's nothing wrong with it, rents rooms from time to time. And I think that this person who admitted to being part of a drug deal could have been facilitating another drug deal on the July trip. Now, here's an important question. Did they prosecute him for admitting to that drug deal? No. There is a jury instruction. Right. Oops. Oh, right. There's a jury instruction that talks about how. Now this is still under weighing the evidence, okay? And you guys have a copy of this. You'll be able to take it back to the jury room. You must consider the testimony of some witnesses with more caution than others. For example, a witness who claims to have helped the defendant commit a crime has been promised immunity from prosecution. Right there. I'm going to shift just back to Shawty Nobles. He went and told cops he was involved in a drug deal, and he wasn't arrested. He assisted the prosecution while he was on probation. No probation violation, no new law violation, nothing. He got a pass because his testimony fits their story. And the jury instruction specifically tells you if someone is given immunity from prosecution, that's something you should consider in weighing their evidence. Now, are there other things to comport or to confirm what he says? No. Didn't he tell us that there's a woman in the car with him? Right? He said there was a young lady in the car with him. Someone that allegedly was at both trips, the June and the July trip. Someone that would have potentially corroborated his testimony. There are issues upon issues that I've asked you guys to consider and things that I want you to look at, really talk about and think about. Because as jurors, you bring your real life experience, your knowledge, and your common sense, okay? And I know it's a lot. I know there's a lot of pressure. There's probably no bigger duty for a juror to have to serve on a death penalty case. I get it. It's a lot. So what we're asking you is to listen to what I said and consider it and talk about it amongst each other and ask yourselves, do I feel comfortable convicting Secreto Garcia of a murder based on the evidence? Based on the lack of physical evidence, based on the uncredible testimony of Luis Rivera, based on the fact that they believe the motivation came from a person that my client despised. Is it there? Of this criminal justice system second that you don't really understand why he would do that. Guilty, you strongly believe that that's and the chart goes on. Okay, we understand. Compton. And let me tell you, right, substantial documentation. Yeah. When you review the jury independently. It says jump. It says, hey, you want to kill someone for 100 grand? Where's this money coming from? And like I said, ask the right questions. Do the right thing. And I'll tell you, at the end of the day, come back with, I'm not interested in buying this house. Come back with the right verdict. Thank you guys for your attention.
All right, we're going break for lunch. Let's try to, I want to kind of try to keep this moving. Let's try to be back at 1:30. Yeah, that's a little less than an hour. I think you ought to be able to do that. So let's be back, ready to go at 1:30. Either side, anything?
No, sir.
I guess we need to discuss your instructions just a second. Everybody be seated. I gave you a new version and I've emailed it to you. I think the only change of substance is in the second paragraph of the aggravation of felony by carrying a firearm. I think it would only have application with defendant Garcia, but that second paragraph was kind of mixed up. It did not track the standard instructions, so I've made that change. Any objection to that, Mr. Singleton?
I'm sorry, Judge.
Okay. Okay.
No objection.
I mean, a copy was given to you, yes.
Yes, sir. I actually used it in my closing. Thank you.
All right. The other changes were more technical than anything. There was some things where it should have been plural, where it was singular, vice versa. Was there something you wanted to be heard on, Ms. Quast?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. You looked over the minor changes I made.
I mean, I looked over the jury instructions that were read this morning, but the only change that was made was the technical to Riley to try to.
Look over those. If anybody has objection, let me know. I think you'll find there was, I guess, the only, on the right to remain silent, I was not thinking actually the first paragraph applies to both defendants, not just to Mr. Garcia. So I made that plural. The second paragraph of that is only applies to Mr. Garcia, but that was, I think that was one of three changes. There were technical changes I made. All right, have a good lunch, 1:30. Everybody be seated, please. May proceed, Mr. DeCosta.
Thank you. The less you know, the better. That's what Sigfredo Garcia said to Captain Magbanua in 2016 over the wiretaps. It's also what this government wants from you. Because the more that you know about this case, the more facts, the more you realize that the pieces don't fit and that she is innocent. During voir dire, we talked about Prince Charles, and we talked about perception versus reality. Everyone here remembers the photo that we presented of Prince Charles, and it gave a very limited view. That's what the government has done here. They've given you bits and pieces. They've tried to give you a perception of Captain Magbanua's involvement. Because, again, the more evidence, the less it fits. The defense, and you remember this from voir dire, we've given you the full picture, not them. Ms. Kappelman can get up here and say, we gave you the information, we didn't do this bits and pieces thing. They did. We had to, on cross-examination, over and over again, bring to you evidence that put their evidence in the proper light. Let me give you a roadmap of what I'm going to talk about here. Okay. The first thing, roadmap. The first thing I'm going to talk about is how the investigation into Catherine Magbanua was not objective. The second thing, the dismissal by the government, the outright dismissal of the problems and the conflicts with Luis Rivera's testimony. The third thing, how the government is ignoring evidence of Catherine Magbanua's innocence. Now, before we get deeper into it, the government, they talked about their burden. They have to prove two things: that a crime was committed and that the person or persons they've charged were involved in it. A majority of the evidence in this case, a vast majority of it, proves that a crime was committed. It's all over there on that table. We don't disagree with any of that evidence. We absolutely agree. Look, I've spent years looking at this case, and if I've learned anything, Professor Dan Markel was a brilliant scholar, a devoted father, an amazing for his family. No parent should ever have to bury a child, let alone sit in a courtroom and watch the first-degree murder trial, the gruesome first-degree murder trial for their son. For the people of Tallahassee, and Ms. Kappelman said it best, suffered a blow. Crimes impact everyone, especially this case. Those who are responsible, and again, they spent hours, days talking. Given you heard it for them, it took them a came to a determination on their theory. Objectively, to force her to cooperate. one or all. You're here, and again, jury selection, these are not then the defendants in this years ago, many, many years, be willing to sacrifice we've advanced. Doesn't fix that. He was murdered. We absolutely which this right here, this how the invest because the early stages of objectivity, the middle stages in the testimony. Investigator Jason Newland took the stand. He talked about how he got information about a gun and he went out and found that gun, but how that gun didn't match up with the case. But he didn't just leave it there. He didn't just dismiss it. No, he took photographs of it. He brought out 2 other personnel from the prosecutor's office. They cataloged it, they turned it in, they checked it back out. They brought it to FDLE, and you heard from the FDLE analyst, Danabeth Ritchie, how she went through a very extensive process of evaluating that gun, all the paperwork that she put together, all the review she did, that it wasn't a quick process. Now, that was very early in the trial, and it may not have made sense at that time, but it was for this explanation now. That's what objectively reviewing a piece of evidence looks like. Jason Newland didn't just say, well, it doesn't apply, I'm not going to look at it. No, he still went through the proper steps. Because if there isn't objectivity in this process, it leads to wrongful convictions. It leads to misunderstood evidence. Next, we saw it from Sean Yao. He was the one that talked about the height of the shooter. Now, he had a bunch of variables, sort of like the government has their pieces of evidence. He knew the positioning of the seat, the height of Professor Markle, the point of entry in the window. And he was able to come to, not a certainty, but it's consistent with a taller shooter. But when I asked him, I go, you can't say. Evidence objectively. It's consistent with it. Translation, it fits, but it's not enough. Last, we saw it from Sergeant Chris Corbett, talked about the cell phone stuff, took the stand every other day in this trial. He was asked questions about the cell phone stuff. Some of my questions, that it wasn't accurate what he was saying. Now, when I say not accurate, I'm not saying what he was saying was inaccurate, but that this whole thing with cell phone technology, when they show a map and there's a dot, doesn't mean that they can prove that the person was there. We heard it from Mr. Garcia's expert. You can be miles and miles and miles away. And I asked Sergeant Corbett the question, basically you can say that these people were all in the general vicinity of Miami on a given time. He gave those answers. That's being objective. He didn't try to stick to his guns and go, no, no, and fight it. Gave the good with the bad. These are examples. We have both the investigation stage and the testimony stage. That's what objectivity looks like and should look like in this courtroom and during the investigation. But again, the investigation of Catherine Magbanua was not objective. Now, when I was a kid, my father, he traveled a lot for business. And he told me a story once, how he was out in the Midwest and he's driving along a road. There's a bunch of farms and he sees, and it's pretty close to the roadway, he sees a side of a barn. There's a young kid out there. And on the side of the barn, there's a few bullseyes and there's an arrow right in the bullseye. He had to find out, how is it that this kid is so good, little kid, how is he so good at hitting the bullseye? My father drove over, he asked him, and the kid said, I'm going to show you. Kid fired a shot into the side of the barn, wildly missing all of the targets. But he hit the side of the barn. Then took a pail of paint, walked up, painted the target around the arrow. That's what the government is trying to do here to Catherine Magbanua. And we'll get into all the things they didn't do. They had leads, they didn't run it down. She worked at those nightclubs. They didn't go there. The idea was to paint the target around her, to force her to cooperate. Again, the government came up with their theory that it was the Adelsons. They identified Catherine, built the case around her. Now, in part, I don't fault the government for being personally motivated, interested, but you got to make sure that you don't turn a blind eye to other things. Let's go to the call activity. The government has made a big issue that Charles Adelson was communicating with Catherine Magbanua and that Catherine Magbanua was communicating with Sigfredo Garcia. Now, if there were no connections in between these people whatsoever, maybe some evidence, but there were. Catherine was dating Charles Adelson. It's only natural that she's going to call him. She has 2 children with Sigfredo Garcia. It's only natural that they're going to communicate. I don't doubt that most of the people in this courtroom, when they left for lunch, called the important people in their lives. That's normal. That happens. But the government, they gave you that very limited perception. They showed you certain days and go, they're talking. They even removed out other communications that Catherine and others were having with other people to make it look like the calls were going Sigfredo to Catherine, Catherine to Charles. You have it in evidence, in our evidence, not what they've submitted, in our evidence showing there's more calls that are in there. But it was important to pull a random day. And during trial, we pulled May 1st, not an important day in the case, to show that this was normal levels of communication for Catherine, again, the guy she was dating, and the father of her children. Next, and we're talking about the investigation into circumstantial evidence. Cash deposits. They saw cash in her account, and they presented it to you as unexplained cash, trying to paint those circles around the arrow brighter and brighter, thicker and thicker. Investigator Isom took the stand. He knew she was working at nightclubs. Quote, knew. Zero investigation was done. There was no reason. And his answer was, it was an oversight. Agent Sanford, his was, there was no doubt, quote, no doubt, she was making cash tips, which would explain this money coming into her account. But zero investigation was done. No subpoenas sent out, no interviews. The government had the audacity, despite the fact that it is their burden to say in their closing argument, where are the witnesses? Where are the witnesses? As if we have a responsibility. Had the FBI walked into those nightclubs, I have no doubt they would have given answers. But again, they never did it. But why? Why would they not do this? The reason is you go in there and you find out an explanation for that cash, those circles around that arrow start to evaporate a little bit. You lose a piece of evidence. Now you may be thinking, well, you know, if they were just trying to frame somebody, why would they create evidence? Well, there's a problem with that. It's easier to just suppress it, to make it seem like you never knew about it. Because you create something, you got a problem. Because there may be something out there later on that will contradict it. We'll see that when we talk about Luis Rivera. It's better to just turn a blind eye like the ostrich with its head in the sand. Not going to look at it, I'm not going to see it. It's willful ignorance. It has no place in a murder investigation. Although we didn't have to, we presented evidence. Now, put it in context, our ability to get evidence. You know, Catherine Magbanua has been sitting in custody, in confinement for years. She was arrested years after this happened. The ability to then find evidence and put it together is a difficult process, but thankfully, the government subpoenaed records from Facebook. We had to submit to you. They presented it that there was no evidence whatsoever of cash-paying jobs. We presented to you from 2013 that she begins working promotions. Following later, and continuing until 2015, working at a larger nightclub. Now, there's one thing that the government didn't address, and I'm going to come back to the nightclubs. The fact that Sigfredo Garcia, during that time, the father of her two children, was not working the steady employment he was working later on. And that cash, similar to the $5,000 that was found inside of his car when he was arrested, would have been going to Miss Magbanua for the betterment of her children. Now, the government brought up Yindra Velasquez, but you got to remember what she said. The government has tried to downplay the nightclub by saying bar. You know, how much somebody would make, a couple $100. We're talking about a nightclub in Miami, not a bar, a nightclub in Miami, having special events for celebrities, having big nights. She worked with Yindra Velasquez at a different location at a different time. In the middle of 2014, Yindra Velasquez said, I didn't know she was working there. Well, you got to remember, during that time, Yindra Velasquez was pregnant with a child. Catherine, her children, were born several years old. They're leading different lives at that time. The government presented a bar chart of deposits. They really started using this late in trial. Put a spike right there. First and foremost, if you're receiving money from a murder, who in their right mind would deposit it? Those are acts of an innocent person, not knowing where the money's coming from. You're not going to put that into a bank account. Did Sigfredo Garcia put any money into his bank account? No. Luis Rivera? No. Those are the actions of somebody who's getting their money from legitimate sources. So again, the government has put this chart together. They didn't exactly give their specialist, Mary Hull, all the information though. Despite having from Facebook and knowing from investigator Isom and Patrick Sanford, Agent Sanford, that she was working at nightclubs, they just presented it to her and go, these are where she worked. No mention of cash. This is what this graph should look like. And these dates are based on the evidence that we have from their evidence and from the testimony of Ms. Magbanua. Now, the government in their closing argument said, well, Ms. Magbanua was not able to answer specific names from work 6 years ago and 4 years ago. Yet at the same time, they're talking out of the other side of their mouth in voir dire saying, well, you know, it's natural. People are going to forget some of the facts. It's okay for Rivera, not okay for Catherine Magbanua. I don't think I need to get in. We know that Luis Rivera has not been in solitary confinement, that he's been in general population. I don't need to get into what it can do to the mind of a person spending 3 years in solitary confinement. Not knowing what day it is, what year it is. Despite this, the government has done a majority of the defensive work in this courtroom by fighting against even the thought that she was working a cash job. Their energy should have been spent investigating it. They also brought in Mary Hull for another thing. Now, Mary Hull was brought in, she was given limited information for her expert opinion. She got up on the stand and she talked about the yearly total. Now, the whole point of this, and it's obvious to all of us, was to say, look at 2013 and then look at 2014. She didn't explain what those dashes are. It was just presented to you. Look at the spike. Painting those circles, bolder and bolder. It wasn't until she was on cross-examination with me that I brought out what I already knew. You don't have records, although you could have gotten them. You don't have records for half of the beginning of the year. Nor do you have it in 2016 for the remaining half. Her response was, well, that's why I put the dashes there. How are we supposed to know what that means? She's the expert. She should have explained to you. You can't compare 2013 to 2014 because you want to know what? We only have half the year. But remember, late 2013 is when Catherine starts working, doing brand promotion. This government wants to fault the young mother for working multiple jobs, trying to do anything she can, even if it means taking money from Mr. Garcia that may not be from honest places, but not knowing where it's coming from for the support of her children. Go next to Ms. Magbanua's breast surgery. There is zero evidence, zero, that it was paid for from the proceeds of a homicide. Ms. Magbanua explained to you she's wanted to have it for a very long time. She's given birth to 2 children. It's something that she's wanted to do. And the government gets up here and almost makes a mockery of it, trying to play on words in between tips and her surgery. It's inappropriate in a first-degree murder trial. Going back to investigator Yao, Sergeant Corbett, Jason Newland, and talking about how you objectively view something. You see those medical records, okay, it's a cash payment, there's debit card payments. What would Sean Yao say? Say, it fits that, it fits that. Sergeant Corbett, same thing. But they didn't. They came in here and said, this is evidence that she was involved. Mind you, the whole time knowing that she's working a cash job and just completely disregarding that. Next, the car. You know, it's interesting, they brought out how Miss Magbanua was arrested in that vehicle. Meaning they had the opportunity to take photos of it. They had the opportunity to get the mileage, the condition, all of that. But no, they wanted to present before a jury, she's driving around in the Adelson's car. Because it makes that target so much more bold, so much more bright. They didn't investigate further into it, nor did they ever look at it objectively, because if you look at it objectively, you have a title for a purchase of a vehicle. Objectively viewed, that's somebody who has purchased a vehicle. At the end, all you can take from that is that she bought a old, I'm not saying it's not a nice car. Many of us would love to have that. But in comparison to the wealth of the Adelsons, who they've said are these multi-millionaires, a 14-year-old Lexus with 160,000 miles is barely payment for helping commit a murder. What it is, it's a friend, an ex-girlfriend, buying an old used car from an ex-boyfriend. But they've submitted to you as proof. That's not objective, as proof of guilt. Let's common sense look at this right now. All right? Catherine's innocent, but let's imagine for a second that they had this agreement. How foolish is it to then create this legal paper trail to this person? That's not how that works. That's not how somebody, if you're committing a crime of that magnitude, you do not want to have any connections. Let's go to the paychecks now. The Adelson Institute submitted to you money from the Adelsons, and she didn't work there. Again, painting that target. Along the same lines of common sense and how it'd be foolish, again, you're creating a paper trail, employment records, tax documents. That would be a crazy thing to do if you want to distance yourself from somebody, should anybody ever get investigated or arrested in the future. Now, it was presented over to Mary Hull. She came back and she did this diagram of paychecks. And almost like reading tea leaves, the government is trying to say, this is evidence of guilt. And Mary Hull got up there and goes, well, these checks are written before the date of work. Nonsense. Absolute nonsense. Every single one of these checks, but for one or two that was cashed a few days early, were deposited by Miss Magbanua after the dates of work. They didn't do anything to establish Donna Adelson's check writing practices. They had Erica Johnson and Clarissa Labredo on the stand and didn't get into that topic. They didn't have Mary Hull evaluate the check writing practices for the other employees, but instead they want to read the tea leaves and say, it's evidence of a murder. It went further though. You would think, and we're still on the topic of the Adelson Institute, you would think, you help a family commit this murder that they've wanted so bad, you're going to get some dental work on the house. They brought in text messages. We're in a first-degree murder trial trying to interpret text messages for guilt. They submitted to you one where she got whitening gel from Charles Adelson, but they didn't give you, again, we had to bring it in and show it to you. How? Months after the murder, she's paying the Adelson Institute $206.50, and we know from the text messages around that same time that it was because Catherine Magbanua went there for work. Now the government tried to differentiate and go, wait a second, It's clear she saw Harvey Adelson. Yeah, his son, I'm pretty sure, could get a discount from dad for the person that helped commit a murder, if any of that were true. But the text messages went even further. These checks, and we know it from the government's exhibit, these checks began September 15th. Text messages between Catherine Magbanua and Charles Adelson at that exact the day before. I'll let you know on my availability so you can know more or less how many hours I can dedicate. Thank you again. They tried to introduce text messages, say, well, that's about wisdom teeth. I had my wisdom teeth taken out. I don't ever remember communicating with my dentist saying, I'll let you know how many hours I can dedicate my availability. That's a text message about work. But they are so blind to this that they won't accept it. Because in their mind, from the very beginning, Catherine is guilty, and they will only ever look at her through dirty windows. The government argued that, well, there was no evidence. They've said that a lot. Well, there's no evidence of it, so it must not be true. During the, and I almost called it an investigation, but it wasn't, because no investigative work was done. Investigator Isom knew that her job was to communicate with patients, came out on the stand. Nothing was done. On the wiretaps on call RR and E, these are two calls from the wiretaps in 2016, they're talking about her calling patients. But again, the government is still trying to defend against it and say, whoa, 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 she was never at the location. And why would the Adelson Institute be paying for Charles Adelson? They're trying to split hairs. They're trying to divert the attention away from the fact she was working for him. That was earned money. Call E talks about work as well, too. Back on the call activity, the government brought up the fact that there was a phone call to one of Luis Rivera's old phone numbers, but that's not what the evidence showed. Rivera was on the stand and he said his number was 934-6615. Agent Sanford was put on the stand by the government and on cross, not on direct, on cross-examination, it was brought out that the phone number that he got in review and the phone number that he had in his report, again, this is the Federal Bureau of Investigation. I don't think that they're used to hearing no when they want things. That they have the number of 935-6615. The government still wants to be able to argue and say, well, you know, it's close, it's evidence. No subpoena was ever sent to find out who either of those phone numbers belong to. It'd be very easy for Luis Rivera, looking at the call records, which he would have in discovery, just making things up. But we'll get into that a little bit more later. The car rental in June. Now, we talked a little bit about cell phone activity. Now, they put a map up there and they've got a dot right near the car rental place. But what they're not showing you, is all the other businesses. All those little squares that are in there, those are city blocks. This is miles and miles and miles of territory. There are major highways in there. There's an airport, Miami International Airport, a massive airport right there. They never showed you any other days, June 3rd, June 9th. Now, that's their expert. He does the plotting for that. It was easy for me to go in and look at the call records and say, look, you know, on this random day of May, it's the same activity. They're picking bits and pieces to put together this tapestry of guilt. What they're not doing is looking at any of it objectively. Now, this wasn't enough evidence for them. Admittedly, they didn't have enough, but they were still desperate. They still needed to move forward on the case. So in 2016, they tried to create some more to get bolder circles. they did the wiretaps. They did the bump, and they also had the wiretaps. Now, these wiretaps, and it's part of this stack here. Again, this is everything. And we've already gone through most of this stuff. For months, they listened to her phone calls. Secretly listening to her phone calls, talking to people that they believe she was involved in this conspiracy with. Hundreds of calls, hundreds of texts. Not one thing, not one thing of her being involved in this murder. Only her needing to know less. Now, the fact that Charles Adelson and Catherine Magbanua were communicating, it wasn't irregular. We brought that out on the stand, that before the bump, before anybody may think, hey, we might be getting listened to, that Charles Adelson and Catherine Magbanua were still communicating. So it wasn't just out of the blue, this bump happens, and all of a sudden there's phone calls. Now, the way the bump was done dictated the actions that then followed. It was controlled. The undercover, and you'll be able to watch it again if you need to, reference son, reference Catherine twice, and reference Tuta. Now, the letter that was handed, we have to take the FBI's word for what was actually written on there, and whether there were not other instructions. How is it that the Federal Bureau of Investigation, with all of their resources, infinite, doesn't have a copy of the letter that was handed for this huge operation? Now, this goes back to what I was saying before. It's easier to hide things than it is to create them. Meaning that if it's just, hey, we don't have a photo of it, if it surfaces years later, to be like, oh yeah, that's what was in there. We have no idea of knowing what was written on there and how that then dictated the actions that then followed. But the government wants you to take it as evidence of guilt. Now, again, there's nothing in there talking about Catherine being involved in any of this, but they want to interpret action and inaction, what somebody would do, as if there's standard protocol for such a situation. The response from Agent Sanford as to why there was not a copy of it, it slipped their minds. Now, had the bump been uncontrolled, had it been that they just handed the piece of paper, $5,000, and then you had that communication, that would be evidence of something. But they didn't do that. Now ask yourself why they didn't do that. They didn't do it because the hope was to create communication to paint those targets more. The proper thing to do, the objective thing to do, hand that flyer and see what happens. Plant that seed and see what happens. Whatever they say, tickle the wire and see what happens. Not give instructions on what to do. I submit to you that Catherine was being used in those communications by Charles Adelson, who, as Catherine said, definitely involved. Now, she's saying that not because she has information about it, but she's seen what all of you have seen during this trial. Again, you want to charge him, charge him. In the first 3 phone calls, and we know this from Agent Sanford, that Charles Adelson says to Donna Adelson, don't talk in the apartment. Now, it's easy to understand what that meant. Don't say anything that's going to get us in trouble. Now, the government talks about WhatsApp and how people can be communicating from WhatsApp when it helps their theory, but when it doesn't and it explains things, disregard them. Donna Adelson assumed that the ex-girlfriend was the most recent ex-girlfriend. Look, if I say to my mother, my ex-girlfriend, she's not going to think, well, is it one from, high school, or is it the last one? It's natural. That's a natural thing that a mother would do. But there's additional communications, there's additional meetings. Charles is not sure, eventually learns that Catherine's name was mentioned. But in that first phone call with Catherine, if they are involved in this conspiracy to commit murder, to be like, look, somebody came up, there would be talk about it, but there would also be, don't say anything. Nowhere in any of those wiretaps do you ever hear, don't talk in the apartment, don't do anything that's going to get me in trouble. It's actually the opposite of that, and we'll get into that in a minute. Now, let's get a little bit more into the action. I can't say why Charles Adelson did what he did, but certain things make sense. Our theory is that him and Sigfredo Garcia had an agreement. Now, the government wants to say that it was through Catherine Magbanua. Our position is it was about Catherine Magbanua. Now, when that happens, the bump happens, Charles Adelson can't call over to Sigfredo Garcia. You don't know. Is he already working with the police? If I contact him, I'm going to get in trouble. I've got to distance it. Catherine, the bump gave him the idea to use Catherine as a buffer. Find out who it is. Call that number. Think about this. He believes, or he's involved in this conspiracy with Catherine, and he's thinking, hey, it could be the FBI, it could be the cops. That he would say, hey, I want you to call that number, knowing that she could say something wrong, she could do something wrong to incriminate him. The reason why he was so confident with having her call is because he knew she didn't know anything. Now let's talk about the flow of knowledge. Bjorn, let me know if you need to slide this back for you. Now, the bump happens with Don Adelson. Happens here. Conveys the information over to Charles Adelson. That information then goes to Catherine Magbanua, and we know that that information then goes over to Sigfredo Garcia. But when Catherine wants to know, what is this about? The answer is, the less you know, the better. There's no information flowing in between there. Now, from Agent Sanford, well, it was Investigator Dillmore talked about the fact how there was communication in between Luis Rivera and Sigfredo Garcia. Luis Rivera was in federal custody, and he was contacting a friend to send text messages to certain people. Luis Rivera identified that on the stand. Investigator Dillmore, in reviewing Sigfredo Garcia's phone, saw that there were communications with T, talking about Luis Rivera. So, the flow of information from the bump made it around the horn. One would think that if this is a conspiracy, the information is then going to flow back, but it didn't. Agent Sanford said how there was a point where Charles Adelson was sure it was the cops. And then he tells Catherine. If it were set up in the way that they think it was, that information would have flown back and Catherine would have been the one telling him. Who told Charles Adelson? Let's turn now to Dolce Vita. Can't understand any of it, much of it. Catherine got on the stand, she could have lied. Said, well, this is what was being said, that was being said. You can't understand it. This is what was being said, that was being said. Instead, she said, look, I don't remember. To her, that wasn't a conversation about a conspiracy of the murder of his brother-in-law. It was just another day sitting down with Charles where he's talking about how his family is getting harassed and how her name had been put into it. She did tell you, I didn't discuss a murder with him. And the government showed a clip of it and tried to say, well, he had that paper. You all saw it. He had that paper, if it even was the same one, and had it in his lap. Never showed it to her. The very little portions that you can make out of it, what it is Charles giving hypotheticals of what Catherine should do and say to scare off the person. And he's mostly describing himself. Be afraid of me, because I may come back, I may do something. But it was like all the other times for Charles, it was just him talking and talking and talking. Now the government brought out the fact that the cops weren't contacted. We covered this a lot on cross-examination. Catherine wasn't bumped or harassed or called or texted. It wasn't her place. It wasn't her place to be calling the police because it wasn't directly against her. And we see this more in call DD. Quote, I'm trying to get whoever is threatening your family and helping you guys out. These are not the communications somebody's going to be having if they're involved in a conspiracy to commit murder. Those aren't the communications that are going to be had. Now they'll come back and they'll say, well, you know, it's code, or no, that's hogwash. These are not the communications that you're going to have. And they say, well, nobody went to the cops. It was Catherine, the one, Catherine stuck in the middle, not getting any information from Sigfredo, not getting any information, well, finding out things later on from Charles Adelson, who's getting frustrated. Why is my name being mentioned? And she's the one that says, I'm about to go, and she hates that she swore. And we even see it from her text messages. She won't even spell out swear words. The effing FBI. If she were involved in this conspiracy, thinking, well, it's either Latin Kings or whoever did this, or it's the FBI. Those words, I'm about to go to the FBI, and the way that she said it, which was not a, you know, I'm thinking about doing it, it's I'm about to go to them myself. Those words would have never come out of her mouth. Even at that point, it wasn't enough. It wasn't enough evidence. The only remaining piece of evidence, the only thing, which brings us to our second topic, this guy right here. Luis Rivera. Second topic, Luis Rivera, outright dismissal of the problems with his story, not the facts, with his story. We had approximately 40 witnesses testify during this trial, maybe a little bit more, maybe a few less. He is the only one. Mary Hall is not a witness to events. Chris Corbett is not a witness to events. The only one is Luis Rivera. Now, the consensus among the Tallahassee Police Department and the FBI is that prior to Rivera, it was not enough to arrest. Now, arresting somebody is a much lower standard than trial. There's a big difference between probable cause to arrest, which you heard about during trial, and beyond and to the exclusion of every reasonable doubt. Rivera cooperated. Now, had Luis Rivera said Catherine Magbanua's name in August when they were doing this communicating through cans and lines, where Luis Rivera's in the other room with his attorney, and his Kappelman's in the other room, if he had said Catherine at that time, she would have been arrested the next day. But it wasn't until he finally realized, well, I got to give them more. We'll talk about that in a minute. I've got to give them more. Because Luis Rivera couldn't say, well, yeah, Sigfredo Garcia was involved. That wouldn't get him a deal. If he wanted a deal, he had to give them something. He cooperates. The very next day, Catherine is arrested. To convict Catherine Magbanua, Catherine is innocent. She is innocent of all three of these charges. To convict her, you have to believe Luis Rivera, a man who cannot be trusted. His testimony was a convoluted mess, full of contradictions. From that convoluted mess, you can take two things, and only two things that apply to Catherine. Again, I don't doubt that this guy was in Dan Markel's driveway, not for a second. But the information that he gives against Catherine Magbanua, it's only two things. That he heard some phone calls, and then on July 19th, Catherine paid money. Now, the heard calls thing, That's an easy lie. It's an easy lie for him. He has the reports. He has the police reports. And from Agent Sanford, we know that the basics, and from Sergeant Corbett, the basics of the travel, the communication, that was in those reports. And he would have that information. Plus, he knows Sigfredo Garcia's habits of communicating with the mother of his children. Easy, but he failed. He said that on June 4th, on the trip up, that Catherine Magbanua and Sigfredo Garcia were constantly on the phone. The answer to that, to quote Chodrick Nobles, nope. Sergeant Corbett got up on the stand, and he showed you that there was a 29-second phone call. Throughout that entire time, there was a 29-second phone call. Again, this is Luis Rivera trying to give them something to get that deal. Let's go to 719. Another easy lie. He has the reports. He has the details, the general vicinity of people and places. It's easy for him to build his lies within that framework. But another fail. He said, oh, Catherine called me. Now, he knew that there was phone communication, but he didn't know the specifics. Catherine called me. Again, wrong. Sergeant Corbett got up there and he goes, no, it was Luis Rivera calling her. The government will get up here and probably say this is a minor detail. It's a huge detail because these are the pieces of evidence that Luis Rivera is giving. And Luis Rivera is the sole witness against her. He also said that he was at the barbershop, over at Ray's Barbershop on Biscayne. Wrong. He was in a different municipality. He was over in Miami Beach, and we know that from the record. So how and why? How and why did all of this happen? The guy was looking at the death penalty. The evidence against him strong. The evidence against him strong. He's already doing 12 years. Meanwhile, the government, desperate to do something with their case, and they cut a deal. Now again, he'd get nothing for naming somebody who they already have. Sigfredo Garcia was arrested alongside with Luis Rivera. You're not going to get anything by naming the other guy that's already charged. You've got to name new people. Desperate government, desperate Luis Rivera, they come to a deal where, and Mr. Zengané got up here and said that it would be about 19 years. No, remember, with gain time, he's only going to do a percentage of that. Do 12, maybe 12 in federal custody. Then there's 7, maybe he does another 4 or 5 years. For a guy like Luis Rivera, that's just a cost of doing business. That's a cost of being a criminal. That's expected. Now, this whole thing about threats that, you know, because he snitched, that he's a threat. This guy's been the boss of a gang since he was 15 years old. Different rules apply to him. Clearly they do because he's in general population and he hasn't been touched. That's why it happened. But how did it happen? Again, I've gone over it, but it's worth going over again one time of how Luis Rivera was able to do this. He has reports that detail things, not to the level that you saw in this trial, but reports laying out the framework of things. He's also got the media. You've seen it during this trial, all over the place. And it's been all over the place. He has TV in jail. He's got friends and family outside. He knew the facts. He knew the theory that gave him the framework. Now, I'm not trying to say that anybody spoon-fed it to him and said, you got to say this. I don't think that happened. But I think that this guy, the head of a gang at 15 years old, that's a smart guy. Be it either he figured it out himself or somebody told him. That's what he did. But he could only think one-dimensionally. He couldn't see how this would contradict other things later on because the information he had was limited. the direction of the calls, the cell site data. That was done on the stand here. He had the basics of it. But it's when you get into the details that you realize there's no way that he's correct. Now, remember, he knew the theory. They want Catherine. But Wendy Adelson was also mentioned all over the place. And he tried. He tried to give them Wendy Adelson. He knew that she was a target. He tried again and he failed. Now, he said that on July 17th, that he saw Wendy Adelson at the house, and that Sigfredo Garcia said, that's the woman. But his story, and this doesn't happen with the truth. You usually get more of a story at the beginning, and then your memory fades over time. But his apparently got better over time, because his original statement was, I saw Wendy at the house. Then it was with the kids. And then most recently in 2019, it was, I saw Wendy with the kids and they walked into the house on Trescar. Now, we're going to come back to that in a second, but why would Luis Rivera be doing that? Why would his story be so motivated? He may have been on that witness stand, but in his mind, he's still at defense counsel table because the government still has him. It's within their power to say whether Luis Rivera has lived up to his end of the deal, whether they want to violate him or not. Now, this whole thing about the violation of probation, Luis Rivera didn't know about that until we told him. They didn't tell him, his attorneys didn't tell him, nobody told him. So there's the additional fact that he needs to make sure that he's not at odds with the state of Florida, because they can still potentially get him for 15 years. Back to July 17th. His story is now he sees the kids walking into the house. It's not possible. Doesn't matter who told him what. He's trying to give up Wendy Adelson because he knows that's going to better his deal. But it's not possible. And we know that, and this is part of the stipulation, that on Thursday, July 17, 2014, the kids were dropped off at 8:30 a.m. at Creative Preschool. What other woman with two children would be walking into Dan Markell's house with two young boys? It's clearly Luis Rivera trying to lie and give up more people, because the more people, look, this guy's ruthless. He doesn't care about sending somebody away for his own good. His life is about taking from other people. And he gets a deal by taking from her. He added more to his lie, to his story. You know, I got mad at Sigfredo. And he got on the phone with Catherine, and that happened before noon. But see, that's a problem. Every time he gets too specific, that's when he gets caught in a lie. Because Sergeant Corbett told us there is no phone call. There is no phone call from Sigfredo Garcia to Catherine Magbanua before the afternoon on that day. Now, the government, in their desperation, tried to fix this with Sergeant Corbett on redirect. And they pointed to a call much later in the afternoon to try to make it seem like, well, that's the call. But the problem was that phone call was from Catherine to Sigfredo Garcia, not the other way around. That's defensive work. Guys, there was an additional time that he tried to give up Wendy. On June 5th, he said that, and this is in one of his statements, one of the many different ones, he says that they get up there the next day, that they're following Markell, and that they are Professor Markell, and that they follow him to the Creative Preschool, but then they lose him. Well, we know from Jeffrey Lacoste that that's wrong, because Jeffrey Lacoste had a memory of that time frame and said, Wendy had the kids. Professor Markell would not have been dropping off the kids or picking them up that day. Now, there's other minor inconsistencies. The owl. This is an easy one. You know, Luis Rivera spins a lie. He doesn't give a time frame. And he goes, oh, yeah. Then Catherine called. Again, there's normal communication between Kathy Magbanua and Sigfredo Garcia. So it's easy to say this lie. Going back to objectively investigating things, of course, the Tallahassee Police Department, the Leon County State Attorney's Office, the FBI, they sent a subpoena to either, because remember, he said two different things. It was Instagram, Facebook, minor inconsistency. But the problem here is nobody ever subpoenaed the records from those social media outlets to find out if the guy was telling the truth. They did it for Catherine, they did it for Sigfredo to paint those circles or to try, but they don't do it for him. My belief is they didn't trust him. We dig any deeper on this, it's gonna show that he's lying. We dig any deeper on Catherine Magbanua, it's gonna show she's telling the truth. There was other inconsistencies. When he learned of it, it was either before, it was during or after, whether there was one guns or two guns, whether he was the driver in the first trip, but then there was a citation. You know, his defense to all that was, well, you know, we were high and drunk. But that didn't make sense because Trooper Downing was like, you know, I don't know if he was a captain, lieutenant, but he was high ranking. And he's like, if that were going on, if people were smoking marijuana, they were drinking inside of a car, everybody knows that smell would be in there. And an FHP trooper would have pulled them out and questioned him on that. He's doing that as a defense to getting caught in a lie. Because if he gets caught, he can go, hey, I was drunk, I was high. This is not a dumb man. And along that line, he says he can't read or write. Well, that's odd. We know he was driving because of the citation. And I'm pretty sure most of the people in this courtroom know that when you get a driver's license in the state of Florida, you got to take a monitored written exam. That's a way to defend against the lies. Lewis, we want you to look. I can't read. That guy can read. Don't be fooled. About 40 witnesses in this case. No, one. All of them combined, all of the impeachment combined for all of the other witnesses does not equal the amount of times that this guy was impeached. He's smart, but when you're making up lies, and we all know the phrase, the devil is in the details. And that's where we were able to, by digging deep into what he was saying, to realize this guy is not telling the truth. Who is he protecting? What is he protecting? Despite many, many rehearsals, many times that he gave this statement, he still couldn't keep it straight. Despite help from the government. There's no recordings of some of the meetings. No recordings. Why would that happen? That's inexcusable. The Tallahassee Police Department doesn't have a policy that you can't record. The FBI, Agent Sanford said, well, you know, it's our policy. We don't record under certain scenarios, but you always do a report. And when he was confronted with that, no, I didn't do the one person he interviewed where there's no recording and no report. The only time. They don't even trust him. They don't even trust Luis Rivera. But these prosecutors want you to trust him. This man can't be trusted. Investigator Isom, thankfully, did a report of one of those meetings. And he said how at the beginning, Luis Rivera was sworn in to tell the truth and the whole truth. But he didn't say anything about a third trip. He didn't say anything about Wendy walking into the house. That came out years later. And he never said anything about King Little Anthony. Now, this government, in their defensive work, has tried to say, hey, it has nothing to do with the Latin Kings. They're trying to protect their convictions. He's trying to protect his brothers. They're trying to say that there's no connection to the Latin Kings, but then Luis Rivera is saying King Little Anthony went up on a trip. Well, that's a connection. No investigation done. Nobody ever met with him. Nobody ever tried to find him. Conveniently, he's now dead. And nobody will ever know. Whether Luis Rivera was telling the truth or not about this guy, I have no idea. But all I know is that this government didn't do anything with it, and they're trying to fight against a connection when clearly their star witness is saying that there was a connection. Let's compare Luis Rivera to another witness we had in this case. We had Jeffrey Lacasse, and everybody should remember Jeffrey Lacasse. He testified early in the trial, and he was a one-time boyfriend of Wendy Adelson. Now, Jeffrey Lacasse was testifying about things many years ago. His inconsistencies were reasonable. Memories fade with time. Excuse me. At the beginning of the investigation, he was a suspect. Now, the government brought it up on close. We don't think Jeffrey Lacasse was involved, nor has any argument been made. But at the beginning, he was a suspect. And he was removed as a suspect because they objectively investigated him. He showed bank records, they got surveillance from Walmart, they spoke to him, and they cleared him. Nothing like that was done with Miss Magbanua. But they had multiple recorded interviews. They interviewed this guy who they believed is a suspect. Again, this is before they've committed to their bogus theory. Jeffrey Lacasse is a suspect. Look, he's dating Wendy Adelson. He's possibly protecting her. He leaves town right around the time that it happens. Could be something there, but they objectively investigated him. They had multiple interviews, and they were recorded. He also gave a deposition. So like Luis Rivera, he gave multiple statements, but when he got up on the stand, he had a reasonable memory of events. He was able to remember things. In line with Miss Magbanua, I can remember some, I can't remember all of it exactly. What was the name of the restaurant you were at? That's reasonable. Somehow, Luis Rivera, his memory gets better in time with things and worse in other areas. It's because it's not based in reality. It's based on trying to weave a lie. Now, Jeffrey Lacasse was up there. He was not evasive. He answered the questions. Now, Jeffrey Lacasse, a professor at FSU, very smart guy, book smart guy. Luis Rivera, maybe not book smart, but definitely a street smart guy. Again, hundreds of people underneath him. At the age of 15, that's a born leader and also a born criminal. Now, Mr. Zengane went over this with you. I'm going to go through it a little bit more, talking about jury instructions and how you should weigh his testimony. After the enumerated topics, you're going to have this one where it says you must consider the testimony of some witnesses with more caution than others. And what they're talking about are people that are in Luis Rivera's situation, defendants who say they committed a crime with somebody else and are going to get a better deal by testifying. This is the same instruction you'd have if, a guy buying drugs is going to testify against a guy selling a small amount of drugs for low-level felony cases. Never is it more applicable than in a case where the witness was spared the death penalty and got a few years on top of an already huge sentence on a federal case. Did the witness seem to have an opportunity to see and know the things about which the witness testified? My answer to that is no, because none of it is true. His response to it, I was drunk and high, I don't remember. Did the witness seem to have an accurate memory? Not at all. Because he was impeached by the actual facts in the case. Not other witnesses, not stuff that by the evidence in the case. The kids were in preschool. There's no phone call. Was the witness honest and straightforward in answering the attorney's questions? No. Did the witness have some interest in how the case should be decided? They've got him by the neck. He violated the agreement. He's looking at a violation of probation. Does the witness's testimony agree with the other testimony and other evidence in the case? No. The electronic evidence, the evidence that can't lie, cell phone records. I don't think Creative Preschool is going to be lying. It's a stipulation between the parties, meaning it's true. Has the witness been offered or received any money, preferred treatment, or other benefit? He gets to serve his state sentence in a federal facility, and the benefit will be the massive deal that he has gotten. Had any pressure or threat been used against him? Did the witness at some other time make a statement that is inconsistent with the testimony he or she gave in court multiple times? Has the witness been convicted of a felony? 5 times. Federal racketeering case. Now, for those of you that don't know, the RICO statute, that's the things that they use to prosecute the mob. This is for sophisticated crimes. These are for major crimes. And he's also got a murder conviction. He's pretty much checking every box on the jury instructions of why you should not trust him. But again, they want you to trust him. A guy who can't be trusted. The person that you must believe. You must. The case against Sigfredo Garcia is different. The case against Catherine Magbanua, you must believe Luis Rivera to convict. He cannot be trusted. We talked about that pile being a crime was committed, this pile being the evidence against Catherine. This testimony doesn't belong in either of those piles. One's right there. Let's go back to the how and the why. Rivera, we've reviewed it. How and why are we here in trial? The government, desperate.
If you're going into a different area, we're getting pretty close to needing a break for the jury.
Different area, perfect time. Thank you.
Take 10 minutes, right?
No, it's grab it.
All rise and come to order. Court is back in session.
Secretary, remain standing for the jury. Everybody be seated, please. May proceed, Mr. Johnson.
Thank you, Your Honor. Still on the topic of Luis Rivera, the government brought up how he got, although he got most of the things wrong, he got some facts right. Like, how would he know that Dan Markel was leaving town? Well, he had the evidence, but if he's in an agreement with Sigfredo Garcia, he's going to know that information. If, to clear that up, Charles Adelson is in agreement with Sigfredo Garcia, he's going to know that information. And then the bullet hole. Again, I don't doubt, he's in the trash now, so I don't have his photo, but I don't doubt that he was up there. But the government coming up here and saying, well, he got these, that's like a parent walking in and talking to the teacher of their child and saying, look, I know my kid failed the test miserably, but he got those 2 right, so he should pass. That wouldn't fly in an algebra test. It sure as heck should not fly in a first-degree murder trial. Let's go back to the how and the why. We talked about Rivera. We know how and why he did what he did. The government, they're desperate. For the Adelsons, who I agree, clear motive. And as Catherine said, guilt. But this, I want to feel and I want to think that it was not a matter of we're going to paint a target, that it was more a matter of their judgment being clouded. That it threw their focus off, that they then make a deal with the shooter. And we'll get to that. Luis Rivera was the shooter. Wendy Adelson, as we saw from their presentation, the one with clear motive, their witness. Again, we're talking about the how and the why. The why. Catherine put pressure on her for cooperation. And then we'll get our case. What they didn't count on, however, was that Catherine Magbanua was innocent. And here we are in trial. Now, the government, during their cross-examination of Ms. Magbanua, offensively made the comment of a payoff. First, you know this, what attorneys say is not evidence. It's a sign of their desperation. There's no evidence of it. It was a baseless attack to try to plant a seed in your mind that she's sitting up there and testifying and has taken this case to trial for other reasons. It's also offensive because there's no amount of money that you could pay a mother of two. I'm not a mother. There's no amount of money that you could pay, but I know this. There's no amount of money that you could pay a mother of two to risk never seeing her children again. So let me get this. Their thought is that Catherine sacrifices seeing her children so that Wendy can be with hers. They can't see it. They can't understand it. That she's innocent and she wasn't involved. How and why? So then how did this murder happen? Look, I'm in no position to get up here and say, well, I'm positive that's what happened. But in looking at the evidence and looking at the facts, there's a more reasonable scenario of what happened. The government tried to say that there were no connections whatsoever between Charles Adelson and Sigfredo Garcia. But there were. And again, it wasn't through Catherine Magbanua. It was about her. So let's talk about the position that each one of them were in. Charles Adelson wanted the murder to happen. We know that from Jeffrey Lacasse. He had money. Sigfredo Garcia wanted Catherine Magbanua back. We know that from multiple witnesses. And he had the means. The government's response to this theory is that there's no evidence of a connection in between these two gentlemen. They asked Sergeant Corbett on the stand, you've gone through hundreds of thousands of messages and iCloud information for Charles Adelson. Is there any indication of communication between the two? And his answer was no. But on my cross-examination, I brought out weeks before the murder, months before the murder, there was an indication of communication. Now, I'm not trying to say that communication happened that day, but it was clear that Sigfredo Garcia was trying to get in contact. And Catherine Magbanua, through her messages, knew that. To get in contact with Charles Adelson. Now, their response is, well, there's no cell phone communications from the numbers that we have. That presupposes that the communication would have only happened over the phone, or that there would have to be connection. Maybe, wild thought, they were communicating through other means because it was talking about a murder. They want you to believe that there's no possibility that at any point in time Sigfredo Garcia confronted Charles Adelson around the time of these messages. He's driving me crazy about his objection about the two of them being together. They believe he walked into a garage and shot a man in the head, but that he doesn't have the ability to confront the man that's standing between him and the woman that he loves. There's also the confrontation on July 1st. We'll get into that more. But there was a connection between the two of them. Not through Catherine Magbanua, about her. But the government, their response, well, there's no evidence of this. That's not how this works. That's not their burden. We talked about this during jury selection, what their burden is. How It's not just a matter of them giving a reasonable explanation and saying it fits. They need to have enough evidence to prove that there is no other possible reasonable explanation to give you enough letters. And you remember the example in voir dire, to get you to that point, because again, just because it fits doesn't mean that it's the answer. Mr. Zankanet talked about the burden of proof. I'm not going to go through it again, but this is here for the protection of all of those accused, for the protection of all of us as citizens, including you as jurors, so that years from now, there's not regret for having made a wrong decision. That's why, those are the reasons why this burden of proof is so high. Third topic, Catherine. Evidence of Catherine Magbanua's innocence that's just been pushed to the side. They have years worth of text messages, years, hundreds of thousands of text messages with these people that they believe she was involved with. Nothing about involvement in a murder. Wiretaps, months worth, hundreds of hours, nothing. Her actions. Now, you best believe, had she gotten rid of her phone number or phone, they'd be up here arguing. Evidence of guilt. But she didn't. She had the same phone number up until she was arrested. She changed out her phone just like most of us do with iPhones. I think I still have a 7, but some people, they replace them regularly, yearly when the new one comes out. I'm not saying that's what she did, but the idea that she would still have the same phone years later, no, it's natural. You swap out phones, you upgrade your phone. Sigfredo Garcia got rid of his phone. Luis Rivera got rid of his phone. You would imagine that if she's involved in a conspiracy with these others, they would have told her, hey, this is what you got to do. The deposits. No deposits of cash for Luis Rivera, no deposits of cash for Sigfredo Garcia. But Catherine Magbanua, right around the time of the homicide, deposits money into an account. They want you to believe that she's smart enough to have pulled off this crime, but then stupid enough to have done that. Talked about it in voir dire. You cannot be smart and stupid at the same time. Well, actually, I take that back, because Luis Rivera has tried to do it. She didn't flee. Had she taken 2 steps when they tried to arrest her, they would be up here arguing she tried to get away. We bring out the fact she didn't do anything. She continued with her life, continued with her children, and they want to say, well, that's not evidence of innocence. Normally, maybe that would be a valid argument, but when you have the level of publicity that this case has had, the father of your children's been arrested, Luis Rivera's been arrested, her name's getting dragged through the mud, probable cause affidavits for first-degree murder are released in the media, major outlets are doing specials on the case. She's born in the Philippines, speaks their language. Somebody guilty would have left. She stayed. Let's go back to Luis Rivera. Violent gang leader. The lead investigators and agents on this case tried to dance around and go, wow, I don't know about that. Charged with murder, head of a gang since 15. Violent gang leader. Convicted many times over, RICO murder. Supplies, he rented the car, rented the hotel, bought the bullets that entered Dan Markel's head, bought the gun that fired those bullets. They made a deal with him. No death, do a few more years, didn't tell him about the violation of probation. A couple of years for that guy. Catherine Magbanua, college graduate. First time through the system. Ms. Kappelman herself said, and it came out in evidence, as the key to her own freedom. If she were willing to cooperate, if she had any information, which she does not, they would probably give her the key to the city. There's only one reason why a single mother of 2 young children would sit in custody for 3 years in confinement, risking it all. She's innocent. That is the only explanation. Let's draw a comparison, guys, please. Let's draw a comparison over to Wendy Adelson, their witness. Somebody who they believe was, I don't know who they think is behind it, that they believe is involved. Their witness, a trained attorney, had to be subpoenaed, had to be given, and the judge explained it, immunity. She laughed at them. Laughed at them. I'm not going to be arrested. Ms. Kappelman had her on the stand, somebody she believes is behind this, didn't ask her the tough questions. Had her on the stand and could have put her on the spot and didn't do it. Now, let's compare that witness over to Catherine Magbanua. Not an attorney. No immunity. Didn't have to testify. Everything on the line, subjecting herself to cross-examination, actual examination by Ms. Kappelman, by a trained and experienced attorney. Grilled on facts from years ago, after years in confinement. Nothing incorrect. She even confessed to what would be crimes. Not reporting cash tips on her tax returns. Look, I don't condone it, but I'm imagining it's a very common practice when it comes to cash tips. But she admitted to it. What does that mean? It means she's forthcoming. Doesn't mean that she was involved in a murder. Now, we did it for Luis Rivera. Let's do it now for Catherine Magbanua. But before I do it, remember, this is not a civil case. Do you believe Catherine Magbanua more than Luis Rivera? It's not that tug of war that we talked about in jury selection. It's that rope in gym class hanging from the ceiling that the government has to climb all by themselves. So it's not a matter of, do you believe Luis Rivera more or Catherine Magbanua? If that were the case, I have no doubt that you would say, I believe Catherine Magbanua more. But I'm not trying to draw a comparison in between the two, but it's important to evaluate for Catherine Magbanua. Did the witness seem to have an opportunity? Your Honor, is that big enough for it?
Better worry about them more than me. I know what it says.
Did the witness seem to have an opportunity to see and know the things about which the witness testified? Did the witness seem to have an accurate memory? Was the witness honest and straightforward in answering the attorney's questions? Did the witness have some interest in how the case should be decided? And the answer to that, of course. Everything's on the line here for her. Does the witness testimony agree with the other testimony and other evidence in the case? Yes. Had they investigated it, they would know that it all matches up. Has the witness been offered or received any money, preferred treatment, or other benefit in order to get the witness to testify? No. Had any pressure or threat been used against the witness that affected the truth of the witness's testimony? Threats were made on her, but not in this context. Did the witness at some other time make a statement that is inconsistent with the testimony he or she gave in court? Has the witness been convicted of a felony? Luis Rivera, all those boxes are checked. Catherine Magbanua, they're not. This is a case that began in desperation. Charles Adelson and Sigfredo Garcia. The connection, not through Catherine Magbanua, but about her. It is no coincidence, that right when the murder finally happens, Charles Adelson, and we know it from the messages, we know it from Catherine Magbanua, ghosted her, broke up with her. They keep wanting to say that there's no contact in between Charles Adelson and Sigfredo Garcia. Again, we know that in late 2013, and we know it from Luis Rivera, he was following them because he objected so much to it. He was potentially calling Charles Adelson. The progression of that is at some point in time you confront him. Now, the one problem with the prosecution's theory, again, if you get deeper into it, things start to not make sense. July 1st, there's this confrontation, there's this fight between Charles Adelson and Sigfredo Garcia. Now, Sigfredo Garcia doesn't run up to Catherine Magbanua's window. He runs up to Charles Adelson's window and starts pounding on it. 17 days later, the murder happens. You can't resolve that. You can't figure it out under their theory that in this whole thought, let me sidetrack for a second, because the government said something in their close that potentially Catherine was playing the middle and that Charles didn't know that on the other end it was Sigfredo, and Sigfredo didn't know on the other end that it was for Charles. Remember what Luis Rivera said. Everybody knew who the dentist was. 17 days. More sense is that the agreement was, you break up with her and get away from her, I'll do this for you. But he didn't. That trip in June to Key West was supposed to be, and we know it from Agent Sanford, the goodbye tour. But on July 1st, they're still hanging out together. Was there a situation that Charles Adelson felt that the other end didn't live up to their end of the bargain because it didn't happen in June? "17 days later, after this argument, he's dead, and Charles Adelson breaks up with Catherine Magbanua. Now, again, this is a case that began in desperation and it continued in desperation. Luis Rivera and the government. Rivera, he wanted his life. He wanted his freedom. When I say life, I'm not saying outside. He literally wanted to live because they were trying to kill him. And he wanted his freedom. The government, desperation, wanted to be able to move forward with their theory. Now, their presentation shows this desperation. They gave bits and pieces. Because the more bits and pieces that you gave, the more information, that peg that they're trying to get into the round hole, all of a sudden it becomes more square, bigger and bigger, and it no longer fits. And they were also painting that target. We had to show the rest. The defense, we had to show the rest of that information. Now, let me give you some examples of how they did this. The government wanted to draw the connection in between Catherine Magbanua and Wendy Adelson, right? And they presented this photo to you. Defense Exhibit 41. You haven't seen this yet. That's a real photo. Catherine's credit card right there. Out of the three versions of this photo, now these look the same, but if you look at Catherine's glasses in relation to Wendy's shoulder, you'll see that it actually moves. Out of three photos that they have of this day, they present to you the photo without Catherine's credit card. Because this would indicate that Catherine's paying for those drinks, paying for that day, paying for herself. But the attempts to guide you, or guide is not the word, to give you the wrong perception, the limited perception of the case. You go back to Mary Hull, the income analysis. 2013, she didn't explain that. She didn't explain what those dashes were. And then they started talking about the deposit transactions and how Catherine was going to different banks to make deposits. Again, they have no information as to the location of these ATMs and their location in relation to each other. But one thing that we pointed out, this was normal behavior for Catherine, where she would make deposits at two different banks on the same day. Again, trying to paint that picture, paint that target brighter and brighter. It continued when they were talking to Sergeant Chris Corbett about text messages, and this happened yesterday, where they actually only had him read part of the message, where Charles Adelson offered to help out. I had to get up and read the rest of it with Sergeant Corbett, which was, no, I'm good. And then enter in other text messages talking about how she was paying him back for loans. One of the big pieces of evidence from Luis Rivera, what they believe is evidence, that's his story, is the morning of July 19th. Now again, the stuff with the cell phone locations, that's generalized areas. Don't be misled by their evidence, believing that that means that somebody was at an exact location. We know from the experts that I could be here with my phone, but pinging off a tower miles away. But one thing that Luis Rivera said, he goes, Catherine called me. When the government had Agent Corbett up on the stand, offensively, and this is their attempts to make their case fit, to misguide you, they went and they referenced the 1022 call. They went first to the 1022 call because that's a call from Catherine Magbanua to Luis Rivera. What they didn't do was point out where I had to come up on cross-examination, as if you missed it yourselves, which I doubt, that the first call was from Luis Rivera to Catherine Magbanua. It's offensive that the government, the ones that should be the most transparent and truthful in this, should be presenting this evidence correctly. But instead, they're trying to argue the evidence in a way that fits their theory, instead of just being transparent, objective, and straightforward and giving it to you to make the decision. We had to do that. We shouldn't have to. This is your conspiracy. There was connection in between the two. It was about Catherine Magbanua, not through her. Now, the framers of our Constitution were genius in the way that they set up our government. The government has immense power. We all know that. But there are limitations. They can't elect themselves, and they can't determine the guilt or innocence of a person. The reason why the framers took that from the government, from the judiciary, is that they feared
already
that they would become biased.
Keep going on and on.
And that's why they entrusted it to the people, knowing that they were the only ones that could be objective in the review of evidence in a case. Now, Your Honor, if I can have one brief second.
Okay.
The government's desperation, and I promised that I would come back to Luis Rivera one last time. Their desperation led to blindness. I promise I'm almost done. Their desperation has led to their blindness of facts. Luis Rivera was a shooter. Luis Rivera got up on the stand, he told you how Dan Markel was on the phone, how Dan Markel put his arm up. Explain to me how he could see in that dark garage and see all of that. He knows that because he's the one that pulled the gun on Dan Markel and killed him. There's no way you're seeing that. Ladies and gentlemen, this is what a wrongful prosecution looks like. It's within your power to stop it from becoming a wrongful conviction. Catherine Magbanua was innocent. She wasn't involved in a conspiracy to murder Professor Dan Markel. She didn't solicit anybody. She was in no way involved with his murder. She's been in custody for 3 years. It's time for her to go home. Thank you, Your Honor.
So,
May I please support? Okay, well, thanks for hanging in there with us. The defense talked about there was no investigation in this case. These officers scoured the earth for that Prius. They looked at hundreds of hours of surveillance. They pulled surveillance off city buses to find evidence in this case. And they pulled that needle out of the haystack. Hundreds of thousands of pages of phone records and financial records and other data was analyzed in this case. This was incredibly thorough. It took years. They drove from here to Tampa multiple times, mowed down the side of the road looking for a firearm. They got authorization to conduct 24-hour surveillance at this woman's residence and on their phones. I'm not used to being the defense. I will tell you that the jury instructions that the judge has read you indicate that your feelings about the lawyer should not influence your verdict in any way. So to the extent that you think that I am this corrupt, desperate monster that Mr. DeCoste has portrayed, you must separate that from your evaluation of this case and base your verdict on the evidence in the case and the law that the judge has given you, and that alone, that is your oath as jurors. They have attempted to inflame you against me, to invoke your sympathy on behalf of their client who has children, who is confined in the jail. She's on trial for murder. She'll never see her kids again. You're not supposed to let sympathy interfere with your verdict. Dan Markell will never see his kids again. And he didn't get a choice in that. She had a choice. And this trial is about her choices. Not what I did, not what Luis Rivera did. He's already been convicted. He's not on trial. These two are. To suggest that these wiretaps somehow are not evidence of Ms. Magbanua being right in the middle of this thing is just, listen to him again. Listen to him again. And if those don't put her right in the middle, then I guess you know what you have to do. What possible motive would I have to prosecute an innocent person? In what universe would that assist me in getting the Adelsons? Someone requesting a trial does not mean they're innocent. Every criminal defendant has a right to a trial. She didn't flee the country, so she must be innocent. She would never risk not seeing her children. A mother wouldn't or couldn't be capable of doing something like this. Well, who would be capable of doing something like this? So heinous. Yet it happens. We all know it happens all the time. And we talked about it in jury selection. What does a murderer look like? Are they a certain race? Are they a certain creed? Are they a certain sex? No, they come from all walks of life, in every shape and size. Don't excuse her conduct because of sympathy. It is unfortunate. It is sad. This is sad for everybody involved. But this is about those defendants' choices that are sitting across the room from you. Defense showed you a picture of the girls on the beach with a credit card in it. I can't see the name on that credit card. I don't understand how that means that she bought drinks that day. And I don't understand what in the heck that has to do with the murder. How did I hide or misguide you? I don't agree with the defense's characterization of how this evidence was presented, but you got the evidence and you all will make a determination as to whether or not it's any good. You've been instructed on the defense, a couple things, defendant statements and also defendant testifying. Those were both in your packet of jury instructions, and we have one of each in this case. Defendant Garcia gave a statement to the police in which he indicated that he had never been to Tallahassee and that he knows lots of Luis Riveras. He couldn't possibly narrow it down to the one that's his best friend since childhood. the one he did a murder with in Tallahassee on July 18, 2014. This statement is obviously untruthful, as it is completely refuted by all the other evidence in the case. The evidence against Mr. Garcia is overwhelming. He shot Dan Markel, a man he didn't even know. And they want to talk about, oh, they wouldn't be so stupid as to bring Shadrick into the motel. They shot this man in broad daylight in Benton Hills. They don't care about being stupid. Why would he do it? For a few bucks, which he blew immediately to impress and win back Ms. Magbanua? His conduct is the very definition of cold-blooded. And defendant Magbanua chose to take the witness stand. We didn't hear very much about that. She doesn't know anything about the crime at all, so how can she be cross-examined? She don't know nothing. Even after the bump and her involvement in investigating the man that approached Mrs. Marquez, gosh, I can't talk. Even after the bump and her involvement, she was enlisted by Charlie to go investigate this person that confronted his mother. Even after that, she didn't know anything about the murder. She's telling y'all she didn't even know the man was killed, period, until Garcia got arrested. What did we learn through her testimony? We learned that Sigfredo Garcia and Luis Rivera both have reputations for violence. That fits. We learned that she lied to Charlie Adelson about sleeping with Sigfredo Garcia, and she lied to Sigfredo Garcia about the fact that she was sleeping with Charlie Adelson. She was playing them against each other. She lied to Charlie Adelson multiple times about whether she was calling that undercover number, about knowing who Tudo and Tato are. She lied to Yindra about Dan Markel being in a car accident. She lied about not knowing what a burner phone was and then later admitted to going to Walmart to get one. She lied to the IRS and filed fraudulent tax returns. She lied to DCF to scam the government for insurance while she saved up money to buy a breast augmentation. And she wants you to believe that she's telling the truth about having no knowledge about this homicide, not being able to remember virtually anything about the question she was being asked unless her lawyer put the answer in the question. She's telling the truth about having no memory as to what the conversation was between she and Charlie when he's telling her about a Latin king threatening his mother and saying her name. I would think she'd be real interested in that conversation. But she has no memory of it. You have been told this whole trial that she was working remotely on a weekend basis for the Adelson Institute. They bent over backwards to tell us about how she was working. And she gets on the stand and says, I didn't work there. I didn't go on the weekends. I worked for Charlie as his personal assistant. Well, why is Donna stroking the checks if she's working for Charlie? She admitted that she got gifts from Charlie post-breakup. And I said, we went through all the gifts and some of them, they say were loans and whatever. She got stuff from him and she was not dating him anymore. Why? And I asked her, why are you so special? Well, I know why she's so special. Because she's got Charlie. She's got him and he has to keep her happy. That's why she gets that stuff. That's why he called her to investigate the bump, because they're involved in this thing together. There was a $100,000 reward for information leading to an arrest on the unsolved murder of Dan Markel. Do you think this woman wouldn't have turned that number in a heartbeat and collected that reward if she didn't have anything to do with it? Believe it. She also admitted that she was speaking in code on the wire and has no good reason for that. Why was she speaking in code? There's only one reason to speak in code. I'm really not trying to be cute. There is not a reason to speak in code when you're giving somebody a phone number. And then I would offer you the following question and answer. Question, did you talk to Luis Rivera on the day of the money drop? Answer, yes. So that kind of implies there was a money draw. Luis Rivera didn't say, got 8 minutes. I'm sorry, you guys. All right, Luis Rivera. There's this idea out there that
I'll
he,
keep track of time, Ms. Norris.
oh, she's not right. Is it less than 8 minutes?
No, you have 12.
Okay, thank you. I'll only take 8. All right, so Luis Rivera, the idea is that he did not say Catherine Magbanua's name in the initial meetings, and somehow he was told, you're not going to get a deal unless you say her name. This is just not true. Nobody has testified to that. The lawyer saying it does not make it true. We talked about his inconsistencies, and we talked about inconsistencies at jury selection. If Mr. Rivera is smart enough to memorize this whole case, I can't even keep it straight, and regurgitate it on command to you, then why doesn't he remember which trip he got the ticket on? You know, there are natural inconsistencies in his testimony. The man has a 6th grade education and reads on a 3rd grade level. And they want you to believe he understood the evidence well enough to falsify the testimony to get all these little intricate things correct. I mean, the reason why you believe him is not because he's some great guy. He's the worst. He's a killer. You believe him because he's telling you what you already know. He's telling you what the rest of the evidence in the case supports and tells you. He's not studying the evidence and building his lies within that framework. They actually said he's a smart guy. The guy misspelled his own name on the witness stand. L-I-U-S. The man rented a car in his own name to come do a murder. Can't compare him to Jeffrey Lacoste, who is a professor. If he was going to lie to cut a deal, and if I'm so desperate to get the Adelsons, as they claim, why didn't I just tell him, or have someone tell him, to say the Adelsons hired him? And if the Adelsons actually hired him, as Mr. Garcia wants you to believe, as Mr. DeCoste wants you to believe, then why didn't he just flip on the Adelsons? He's flipping on his best friend from childhood and his best friend's wife. Why would he do that? If he was actually hired by Charlie Adelson, he would tell us that. Think about whether the inconsistencies that have been cited by the defense are truly inconsistent. Use caution in distinguishing between nitpicking versus an inconsistency that's going to constitute a reasonable doubt. Is the statement truly inconsistent, or is it a routine situation where the witness is failing to recall every detail? Does the witness appear to be fabricating his testimony? These are questions only you can answer when trying to evaluate any inconsistencies that were present in the witness's testimony in this case. And I would submit that saying things like Wendy in one statement and the lady with the kids in another is not a close call. Those statements are not inconsistent. When he got the speeding ticket, whether the picture of Dan Martell is black and white or color, all things that we don't really care about. And I mean, you know, it's up to you. Why? If he was not hired by Garcia, would he be giving up Garcia? It doesn't make any sense. The defense says Garcia would never do this job for Charlie Adelson. Well, that may be true, but you'd be surprised how much people would set aside for the right amount of money. He also would do anything for Catherine Magbanua, and she was the one asking. And thirdly, I'm not sure he knew he was doing it for Charlie Adelson, because he told Rivera they were there for Wendy. His understanding, Rivera's understanding, which he got from Garcia, is that they were there for Wendy, to help Wendy get her kids back, not for Charlie. I mean, yeah, Wendy's the sister, but I don't know. He was pretty mad in that phone call, I think, when he found out that Charlie was in the picture. The Wendy sighting. Okay, so the evidence was that it is possible that they saw Wendy on the sidewalk based on the phone stuff. Yes, the kids went to daycare that day. Could she have gotten him out of daycare? It's possible. But I think what's more likely, I never heard him say that the woman he saw walked into the house. So y'all have to rely on your own memories. I thought he said he saw her on the sidewalk near the house and she walked up the sidewalk toward Dan Markel's house, like in that direction. So you've got these two guys driving around Benton Hills. They're sticking out like sore thumbs. They're high as kites. They're trying to basically do a murder. So they're probably paranoid. And they see a woman and a couple kids on the sidewalk. Garcia says to Rivera, "Oh, that's her. That's the lady." And what Rivera said is that when Katie called to tell them, y'all got to get this done tomorrow, that they said, "We saw Wendy," or "We saw the lady with the kids." So that was my memory of the evidence. You guys would rely on your own. Well, I have no reason to doubt that they saw somebody on the sidewalk. I cannot tell you that it was Wendy Adelson. I do not have that evidence. They have tried and tried to draw these links between, Rivera and some other Latin king coming up here, or Charlie dealing directly with Sigfredo Garcia in the absence of Ms. Magbanua, but there's just no evidence of it. And you have to base your verdict on evidence. I mean, that's in the jury instructions. I'm not making it up. They have gotten creative and trying to, do the deep sea fishing thing, and you guys can take that back there and read the whole thing and make your own mind up. All right, it's a race. All right, so I want to talk just for a moment at the very end here about the shape of this conspiracy. It's like a train. They can be, a cluster. They can be like spokes of a wheel. But in this case, there really kind of appears that each of these people are isolated from the other one. Donna's only connection to the conspiracy is Charlie. Charlie's connection is, goes down the line like that. You can't get from the engine to the caboose without going through the middle. And the middle is Catherine Magbanua. Why did she pay for Garcia's lawyer? Not because the lawyer did anything wrong. I'm not throwing shade at him. She paid for another co-conspirator's attorney. That's relevant for your consideration and to whether or not this is a conspiracy. Just, all I want you to do is listen to the wire again if you have any doubts about these two's guilt in this thing. Just because Catherine Magbanua didn't come to Tallahassee or pull the trigger herself does not mean that she is not just as guilty as the ones who did. She hired Garcia, who in turn hired Rivera, and she's the conduit between Dan Markel and the man that put a bullet in his head. Without her, none of this happens. Without her, we're not sitting here today. I'm concerned that you'll get back there and say, well, she didn't pull the trigger, and we'll just do conspiracy and solicitation. Consider all of the offenses and the evidence and whether it's proven beyond a reasonable doubt. Do not let concerns about sentencing or ramifications, sympathies, other things like that bleed into your deliberations. Catherine Magbanua is just as guilty as Sigfredo Garcia in this phase of the trial where y'all are considering guilt for first-degree murder. The efforts to distract you from what this case is really about, including trying to make all these other links. Think about Rivera, but also, why do we believe Rivera? Because of the financial evidence, the wiretap, the phone activity, the iCloud messages, and the absence of any other reasonable explanation should all lead you to one conclusion. That image that I have, will you pull that out, please? This is the full picture, not bits and pieces, the full picture. This is the clean window. Rivera was all in for this job. This was his best friend, whether it was a robbery or a murder or whatever. He would have been the shooter. It just didn't happen that way. Maybe not in front of the kids, but certainly he would have been the shooter. Rivera is not on trial, as I mentioned. He has been convicted of this crime. And yes, I do hope that every single person who has any culpability in the death of Dan Markel will be held accountable. Today, y'all are going to decide about these two. Does Rivera have a network of criminals he could call on? Yes, but there's no evidence that he did that in this case. Reasonable doubt is not a mere possible doubt, a speculative imaginary, or forced doubt. There is no evidence that Charlie Adelson was buying drugs from Luis Rivera. The defense says it's not outside the realm of possibility. Well, of course not. Very few things are. But that's not what we deal in a court of law. This is reasonable doubt. It's not speculative. It's not possible. When you consider the big picture of this case, often the simplest explanation is the right one. You can have 15 different explanations for what happened to this man, 15 different explanations for the different pieces of evidence in this case. Oh, that spike of cash in July, well, I was working in the clubs and I had the best month of my life in the club and I can't remember anybody I was working with. You can explain away everything. And if it's one thing, then you can be very successful because, okay, I was working in the clubs. But when you start to look at everything else, what about the wire? What about everything else? You have to look at the whole totality of the evidence in this case. And when you do that, you are going to come back to what this case is really about. Dan Markel, justice for Dan Markel. And there is only one verdict that speaks the truth in this case and that does justice in this case. And that is a verdict of guilty as charged for both defendants. Thank you so much.
Let's go back to your jury instructions, page 13, please. All right, on page 13, submitting case to the jury. In just a few moments, you'll be taken to the jury room by the bailiff. The first thing you should do is choose a foreperson who will preside over your deliberations. The foreperson should see to it that your discussions are carried on in an organized way and that everyone has a fair chance to be heard. It is also the foreperson's job to sign and date the verdict form when all of you have agreed on a verdict and to bring the verdict form back to the courtroom when you return. During deliberations, jurors must communicate about the case only with one another and only when all jurors are present in the jury room. You are not to communicate with any person outside the jury about this case. Until you have reached a verdict, you must not talk about this case in person or through the telephone, writing, or electronic communication such as a blog, Twitter, email, text message, or any other means. Do not contact anyone to assist you during deliberations. These communication rules apply until I discharge you at the end of the case. If you become aware of any violation of these instructions or any other instruction I've given in this case, you must tell me by giving a note to the bailiff. Many of you may have cell phones, tablets, laptops, or other electronic devices here in the courtroom. The rules do not allow you to bring your phones or any of those types of electronic devices into the jury room during deliberations. Kindly leave those devices with the bailiff while you deliberate. If you need to communicate with me, send a note through the bailiff. If you have voted, do not disclose the actual vote in the note. If you have a question, I will talk with the attorneys before I answer, so it may take some time. You may continue your deliberations while you wait for my answer. I will answer any questions if I can in writing or orally here in open court. During the trial, items were received into evidence as exhibits. You may examine whatever exhibits you think will help you in your deliberations. The exhibits will be delivered to you shortly. In closing, let me remind you that it is important that you follow the law spelled out in these instructions in deciding your verdict. There are no other laws that apply to this case. Even if you do not like the laws that must be applied, you must use them. For more than 2 centuries, we have lived by the Constitution and the law. No juror has the right to violate rules we all share. Great. Let me talk just a little bit about what, as a practical matter, what's going to happen? We're going to begin deliberations. It's going to take a little bit for us to go through the evidence, make sure we're sending back to you what was placed in evidence, so be patient with us a little bit for that. You will take breaks periodically during your deliberations. In other words, there's, every hour or so you may take a break, but all deliberations have to be joint deliberations. You can't have any situation where some small group is deliberating. So if there's a break, everybody has to stop till everybody's back. We will feed you this evening. If we have not reached a verdict by about 8 or 9 o'clock, then we're going to take you to a hotel. You can report to your family and those people that are concerned about you, your schedule, but please don't discuss the case with them, and please don't advise them where we're housing you. We don't need that to be public information. So anyway, let's go sidebar for a minute.
Put your instructions up and need another copy. Just roll the instructions. Did you get yours? Come on now, don't get me in trouble. Where's yours?
All right. Professor Barton, you need to remain here with us. Rest of you may step out, begin your deliberations, take your notes with you, take your jury instructions, your verdict form. Even if you didn't make any notes, you want to take a pad, you may want something to write on during your deliberations. We'll be sending the evidence to you. The jury.